Hello everyone and welcome to the WGL EU Week 3, Day 2, of course, Season 1 of the 2015 and 2016 season. Oliver Maxfield is joining me as always here on the desk, mate, and it's been an incredible week, last 3 weeks of games. Now we're starting to see how things are shaping up in terms of teams and where they're at. What are your impressions on how things are shaping up so far?
It's been really interesting. I mean, usually in the previous season, we've always had like maybe 2, 3 or 4 teams that have kind of shown themselves early on to be like kind of the late runners, the ones below in the league table. But this season, I think everyone's really, up there playing very well. Even ASAP, they had that game against Rocks, which they played extraordinarily well. And I think every team's got a chance to take some points here. All
right, so it's a quick recap of Tuesday's matches here. And it all started off with Ding with a very strong game against Strong Siema.
Yeah, Ding really played well. They were quite a few close matches there, but at the end of the day, Ding just showed themselves to be 5 to 10% better than Strong. So impressive round for them for sure.
Now, even more interesting, of course, is that second game of the day, which we tipped as definitely a blockbuster, definitely one to watch. Virtus Pro utterly outclassed by Synergy.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, seriously, quoting Breakneck, one of the players from Virtus Pro, he said, Stalker's team is not bad, which is high praise from Virtus Pro, as we know. But yeah, better positional play, aggressive, and truly an extraordinary game. And Virtus Pro just not showing up, really, and some very questionable tactics from them.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a big question asked of Virtus Pro, not only amongst themselves, but from the community who've followed them for quite some time and haven't seen them drop a game for a while, since I think even Season 2, and in that fashion as well, and by such a margin. And of course, Tornado Rocks with versus ASAP was our last game of the day. And as you said earlier in our little intro, ASAP actually showing a little bit more promise, taking 4 rounds off Tornado Rocks, who, as we've seen, have been battling it up there with some of the best teams in the league.
Amazing. I mean, really, Tornado Rocks kind of went into that match thinking that they were able to walk away with it with like a 5-1 or maybe a 5-2 scoreline. But ASAP were extraordinary. And even going into that last tiebreaker round, ASAP had the advantage. They were defending on Ruenberg, but they threw it away, which is a bit of a shame because I was really looking to them to actually pick up their first win. But, Rocks just played extraordinarily well in that last round and took the point.
Yeah, they managed to grind it out, and we're definitely going to be interested to see what Rocks are going to be able to produce from us in the future. A team that definitely shows quite a lot of tenacity out there on the battlefield. But let's have a look at a table and see where we are so far. Obviously, we are in Week 3, Day number 2. Supreme standing strong at the top of that ladder, really have been very hard to topple by a lot of these teams, and it is not common to see Virtus Pro down at 5th place.
It's not common to see Virtus Pro with a loss next to their name. They really haven't lost anything since Season 3, haven't lost a match since Season 3, so losing at Synergy, as we mentioned, truly extraordinary. But I think Supreme is in a pretty normal position. I think Tornado as well, apart from that little kind of dink in that armor against ASAP, I think they're looking to be strong, and Synergy with that positional play, despite lacking some player skill, also maybe a top 2 team.
And of course, there is no team without any points at this stage. noMERCY and ASAP actually pushing teams to that tiebreaker stage, getting that 1 point off them as well, and that's why you're seeing them with that 1 point each. And now, let's set our eyes towards today's matches. We still want to see how Week 3 is going to be shaping up. So we've got the last 3 games of the week. Utopia versus Pentasports, 6th versus 7th, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the table. It's going to be an interesting face-off. And given where they are based, a little bit hard to kind of predict who's going to come out on top there.
Yeah, I think Penta, they were a very good team in Season 5. They had a disappointing offline finals, of course. They were tipped to be one of the European representatives at the grand finals. I hope that they can actually get in their stride in this match and potentially take it, because they really do need that momentum going throughout the season.
noMERCY versus Supreme in the second game of the day. And I mean, if you look at the ladder, it feels like a bit of a mismatch. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? It's kind of hard, given what we've seen from noMERCY, to put them at any sort of advantage in that game.
Yeah, well, noMERCY, they started the season well against Wusa, just about losing that tiebreaker, then got basically obliterated by Strong. But in my opinion, Supreme have just looked so incredible that noMERCY will really have to bring out something which we haven't seen before if they want to win that match.
And our last game of the day, of course, will be Kaz Crew going up against ASAP. Kaz Crew, showing some strong results against some of the higher tier teams, against the top teams as well. A team that we would definitely put in the top 4. And ASAP as well have sort of struggled a bit as well. I mean, they've only won rounds in 3 of their maps. In 3 maps out of 6 that they've played. and 80% of those occurred in their game against Rocks. So we are just starting to see a little bit of ASAP now coming to the fore. Now they're starting to perform a little bit, albeit just falling short against Rocks.
Yeah, ASAP's first start to the season was very bad, 5-1, 5-0 scoreline. I'm really happy, as I said before, that they managed to pull such an incredible result against Rocks, and a bit shame they didn't manage to win it and go all the way. But I think that's going to make Kazna scared, and it's going to make Kazna practice and make sure they have all the kind of T's crossed and the I's dotted for this one.
So let's zero in a little bit more on our first game of the day, of course. It's going to be Utopia up against Penta. Both one win, one loss this far in the season. As I said, hard to really separate these guys sitting in the middle of the table. What are your initial thoughts, I guess, expanding on what we spoke about earlier on how this matchup's going to play out?
Well, I think Penta, on paper, have the experience and the results in the past to actually walk away with one. Of course, with a few roster changes here and there, but I think Raven's been playing fantastically. He's had some good damage. But for me, I do give that one to Penta. Utopia, they are pretty similar to their last season roster, but they seem to be a bit shaky. Of course, losing versus Synergy 3-5. And yes, it was a close game, but I think Penta are just slightly better, and they'll be able to walk away with this.
Both of these teams as well have taken games off sort of the big teams, but more importantly is that they're winning against those lower tier teams. I mean, like you saw, like ASAP, Utopia sort of managed to take them out. Penta obviously getting good wins earlier on. But against those top teams, they're faltering. And I guess that's kind of why they are where they are on the ladder at the moment. Especially Utopia, who were competitive against Synergy, I feel like. Saw some good plays from them, but the strategic depth of what Synergy were bringing, especially on steps, really looked like it shook them to the core. Yeah,
I think against Synergy, they seem to lack a little bit of panache, and Synergy just seem to have been practiced a little bit more. Utopia, slightly shaky in many respects. I think overall, they can be way too hasty. I mean, we saw in steps they were being really aggressive, unnecessarily aggressive, and Hunters all getting caught out in the T54 on the right side. It was just a little bit shaky, and I think a lot of the teams kind of forget the importance of steps where, okay, so we can be good at the new maps, Mines and Lakeville and Ghost Town, for instance, but we see real weaknesses in teams on maps like Steps and maybe even Himmelsdorf.
It can really actually reveal some of the strategic issues in teams, that map, because you have to be so reactive, you have to be so flexible as well, and there's such a myriad of opportunities and strategies that teams can come up with, and you can gain information about the team's positioning, and you sort of do have an idea of where they're going if you're using your scouts well, but it's tough. I mean, and we see so often, I want to talk about the attacking side on Steps specifically, teams that favour going for that northern cap. It just seems like, to me, the way we're seeing the play on that map evolve, that going for that northern cap just seems like such a dice roll when you've got so many blind shots coming in from teams that are sort of set up on the East Side Valley.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time before you actually get the reset. So I think, at the beginning of the season, we're still at the beginning of the season, but the first couple of match weeks, we saw a lot of teams go for that southern attack because, if we go up north, we theoretically have a better chance of winning. But with all those blind shots and the positions the teams can get onto shooting that cap, it's very hard to actually execute it properly. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, Utopia actually pick up, for instance, something like an IS3 or T32, because they will be going on the attacking side first on Steps. Of course, Steps Himmelsdorf are first two maps. So we'll have to see. I've always been a pretty big fan of Penta on Steps. They seem to have got a lot of good T54 players, which didn't work out well for them on Mines, of course, against Supreme. But it does work out well against teams that don't really know how to play that light tank, that kind of agile kind of setup.
Well, I'm definitely interested to see how it plays out, because both of these teams, both Utopia and Penta, have only taken one round, respectively, on Steps this season. Regardless of the side, attack or defense, one round. So they have struggled, both individually, when they've had to play it. And as we look a little bit forward towards Himmelsdorf as well, Utopia went 2-2 with Himmelsdorf on that map. So they're showing some depth. I mean, Himmelsdorf is that kind of map where you can have some interesting sort of scenarios. We're waiting for our map picks to come in, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump right in and see what the tanks that people are going to be rolling out with as well. So it's hard, Penta have been a team that's been around for quite some time, obviously through various evolutions and stuff like that. But if I look at the maps we're going to be seeing here, I have to wonder. I almost feel that the numbers are favouring Utopia in this matchup.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Utopia's had a chance to play Himmelsdorf, and Penta hasn't this season. And with all the changes, of course, Penta would have been practicing, but with all the changes, as I say before, you need to get that real match experience, that kind of real-world pressure to actually really understand how a map plays out.
Absolutely. And guys, if you want to get involved with the conversation here at the WGL EU, all you need to do is tweet at us with the hashtag WGL EU. If you want to know whether we're actually wearing long pants or shorts underneath this desk, you can find out by just asking us the question. But we're going to jump into our first map, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Steps. All right, Steps is the first map. Of course, Penta in the red are defending, Utopia in the blue attacking here. And you mentioned some IS3 play, Oliver. It seems like we're seeing some of that from Utopia.
Yeah, I think, we saw when they played against Synergy on Steps that they're kind of, I hate to say it, but their light tank players a little bit lackluster. They didn't seem to have good synergy, good coordination, and that definitely didn't work out. So they're going for the overmatch with the heavy tanks. And I think that's probably a better way of doing it. Of course, with those IS3s, slow, kind of big, cumbersome tanks, they're going to be going down south and over towards that right side. We got the 251 immediately heading up and towards the left side of this map, and that's just to try and get the reset on. But it can also do a very good job. I mean, the reason why you put a 251 up there instead of a T-54 is because it can shoot down. It's got good gun depression, so you can also defend that eastern cap.
There's almost a feeling here that Utopia aren't really thinking about the northern cap. I mean, with a lineup like that, it's not a real surprise, but 3 IS3s they have, and they're heading in towards that eastern little valley here. A few shots have already come out towards Penta, and they have sort of wounded Killapir and Fluky. That was the Shukyu and Mac Money combination of 54 lightweights just shooting down across those defilades. So Utopia setting up here with their IS3s. Are they just going to try and muscle their way on towards the cap?
Yeah, they are. They're just going to go straight towards the cap, and I think that's the best thing to do because, as I said before, the IS3s, great tank with good armor. Now they can just go forwards, sit hull down. They will have to worry about Message, but Message, he's going to be the biggest threat, but as long as they can connect some shells, he really won't be that much of a big difference, and it will force Penta now to actually flank around and come from a few angles because at the moment Utopia's setup is pretty unbreakable. Message
has been spotted, so they're aware of his presence, but have a look at the 3 IS3s setting up on that capture point. The dead zone, however, is forced to push over and try and assist a little bit with his team, at least trying to put some shots into them, but it's tough armor to break those IS3s, and the 54 lightweight doesn't always have the easiest time getting through there. Look at these IS3s. They've got their space side armor turned towards the dead zone, and they're essentially ignoring him right now. He is managing to get a bit of a slight reset, but with 10 seconds to go, Penta have to act now.
Yeah, they have to go forwards and get these resets, but the dead zone, he's been such a good player for Penta so far in this season. He's doing his job, he's getting the resets, and it's making it very hard for Utopia to cap this.
Utopia definitely getting chunked down on that capture site. Base capture now down to about 13 seconds, but those IS3s are taking a bit of a battering here. The dead zone, Raging Potato, and off to the rest of your screen, the rest of Penta are encroaching up now. Time is always ticking, but there's always going to be the opportunity to get those resets here from those lightweights. The dead zone pokes up, has a shot, takes one in response, but Utopia just sitting on this one. They still got the health point advantage, but it looks like the IS3s, they want to push off.
Yeah, they know they can't cap this and actually going to go forwards. Now, this is on noMERCY show to do something. We get absolutely destroyed.
Raging Potato now having to deal with 3 IS3s looking straight at him. The dead zone's trying to get a little bit of flank play on, and Hunterzord goes quite low. Mac Money did take down Fluky in the middle of the map. That's going to free him up to assist in this main fight here, because Killapit takes down Hunterzord. That's 1 IS3 down. Shukyu trying to get over the hill. Some shots on towards dead zone as well, chunking him low. Killapit goes slow as well. Muka now joining the fight from the valley side, and Penta are running out of tanks.
Yeah, they've only got a T-32 and a couple of very low HP light tanks, and one less as Killapit falls.
Hacky, Message. Last 2 standing. Hacky's supposed to be the pivot point here, that T-32. Normally the tank that teams will try and take out first, but the Utopia weren't too bothered about it really now. Hacky did manage to pick up a tank there, and he's going to have to back right away. There he's being surrounded by a lot of people right now, and Message is so low. If he chances to take a shot here, it's quite likely he'll be taken out himself.
Ooh, but he might be able to just do it, but Wicked has got the cross and does fall, leaving only Hacky alive in that T-32.
And it won't be long before, well, he goes down, of course. Utopia with an interesting strategy, not one we're really used to seeing actually on Steps. They're taking this heavy lineup, they're pushing onto that cap.
Yeah.
And it seems like at least their plan B was kind of effective with those IS-3s just pushing off and going for the fight.
Yeah, I think season 1, 2015-16, is turning to be a season of the IS-3s because, what can I say? 3,000 damage done by team captain Muka. I mean, I was definitely one of my standout players this season, even as the team captain, which we often say, okay, he's got to do a little bit too much. And you kind of, get to tunnel vision like we see from Karitz, for instance, and sometimes even Hyburn from Krasnokru. So, as I said, 2015 is turning out to be the season of, IS-3s. 2014 was the season of T-54s. So, what can you do? I mean, literally, what can you do with the T-54s against these IS-3s? They have so much more damage potential, so much more armor, so much more hit points, that even when, in my opinion, Penta played really well, especially the dead zone here, what could he do? I mean, he just simply didn't stand a chance.
I mean, he was getting the resets. I think Utopia probably couldn't have left it too much later than that to push off that cap and actually go for the fight. And Muka, who you might see a little bit later on as well, he did really good work through that valley. A lot of the time, he was actually off screen. We were sort of focusing on the main cap here. But the fact was that it was only the dead zone, I think one other Penta tank that were actually able to reset. The rest of Penta were pushed right away. They weren't able to get involved in that fight. I mean, the fact that Utopia had 3 IS-3s at half health before they even pushed off the cap and still won, it says a lot about what was happening outside of that little engagement.
And I think we got to also mention that new multi-show got 3-shot. He had 1,100 hit points or something around that. And then boom, 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 all 3 IS-3s connect into him, I believe his actual turret. And he just gets obliterated. And that's probably one of the main reasons why they actually lost, because, losing a T-54 like that is just not fun. And I think Penta, they should have probably just actually flexed out of that position and come around from another angle, because, yeah, okay, those 3 T-54s of Utopia were doing a good job from behind to defend the flanks of the IS-3s, but still Penta had some flexibility. They didn't have to worry about the northern cap. All they had to do was come from a different angle and made sure that they didn't receive too much damage for it.
It was just fluky on the T-37 that actually went for any sort of flanking maneuver. And I mean, quite easily, I think it was Shuki just sort of took him out and said, well, he's more of a fly. Now I'm just kind of swatting. So, interesting from Utopia, is this a kind of repeatable strat? Do you feel like this is one that is foolproof if they take enough IS-3s? Or do you think there's some innovation required here?
Well, I can tell you right now that they have ditched those IS-3s and gone for a 5 T-64 lightweight AMX 12T. Interesting on the AMX, and good. We've seen it before. I mean, a good camo tank, but clearly Utopia want to go up to that northern strat now. In my opinion, Penta were very good on this map when they played against that northern strategy. So I think they're definitely going to struggle, and Utopia, as I mentioned before, weren't so good against Synergy up north. So let's see how this one works out.
As we said before, both teams only with 1 round apiece on this map this season. Obviously, Utopia with 2 now. So Message is going to go up towards the top of that hill in that fairly standard spot. And it seemed like it was reasonably effective for him earlier on. But the reality was that he was spotted, and he was always sort of taking shots, when he tried to lay down some covering fire there. So those back tanks of Utopia had the freedom just to have pot shots towards the hill. But yeah, like you said, Oliver, all 54 lightweights here, and the 12-ton, very different strategy, very different rollout from Utopia.
Yeah, so this is actually the one they used against Synergy, and they pushed in the A5, A6 area. They went down towards that eastern side. I'm not sure if they're going to do that this time. They will have to be careful they don't sacrifice that MX-12T, but as I said before, they got it in the cap as soon as possible, and they should be okay. Very small tank, very hard to hit, and decent camo value. So Wicked is also getting himself in towards the left position. You can see Penta are blind shooting where maybe Utopia is boosting up in towards the A2 area. Of course, something ASAP did yesterday against Rox, and although it didn't do any damage, definitely a good call.
Well, it's what we saw initially from Supreme as well. That was sort of the first team that we saw do it, and I don't know if it was really super effective in their case, but still definitely a bit of innovation here. So Papa is on that cap right now. Just getting that one ticking down. You can see already Penta are mobilizing there a little bit towards the lower part of that valley. Now, 12-ton over a 59-16. What are your thoughts about that one? I know 59-16 does have an amazing camo value.
Yeah, they both do. And of course, the 12-ton's just a lot smaller, and it's got a better camo value. Ooh, nice little blind shot there onto Papa. You can see Papa has to go a little bit further forwards because he doesn't want to get shot by Killer Pit and the other T-54s on the southern side of the cap. Yeah, but in my opinion, I prefer the 59-16. But whatever floats your boat, I guess. And of course, Utopia prefer that 12-ton with the autoloader.
Well, Papa probably wishes he could float right away from this situation right now because he's copped a few shots in the side of him, and that it's been a complete reset on the capture both times. Utopia have to think about a different strategy here. They need to approach this. Their plan B was good last time. Will it be as good this time, though? Hunterzord takes a hit as well as he sort of sets up. Now the line of scrimmage is drawn straight from north to south on this map, and Utopia, well, the onus is on them to create some sort of opportunity.
This is actually exactly what Synergy did against Virtus Pro to beat them on steps on the attacking side. But let's see if Penta has actually learned a lesson here and not gone straight for the middle push, but instead actually go from the south, or maybe even go up the A5, A6 area and just try and take down Wicked in the northern A2.
Hunterzord just a bit of poke up now to have a shot. You can see Papa sat himself behind one of that sort of that low mesa, or that low hill, so it would be a lot harder to hit him, and it'd force actually Penta to go more north or even more south to try and get a shot, which would make them more vulnerable to the rest of Utopia. So, I mean, base capture ticking down now. Mooka just trying to evoke some sort of response here from Penta by moving himself onto that capture, halving the time, and now it's down to 15 seconds. Penta have to respond to this.
Ooh, nice little shot there by Killer Pit. Only gets the track onto Mooka, but yeah, this is really depends on, it kind of tests your metal. I mean, it really does depend if Penta just bite the bullet and go forwards and get the reset. I think they will go for it.
Fluky now trying to get the spot. Will he get taken out before they can get it? No, Mooka takes 2 hits there. He's forced to back off the circle, but now Papa, he's got all the capture points on him. He sits behind Wicked right now. He's just trying to weather the storm, but will it be enough? You can see Papa is still alive, but 2 big hits towards Wicked there. Got taken down by 700 health. 5 seconds left. Mooka now wants to move up and absorb some shots as well. Papa cowering behind those bigger tanks. Oh dear, there's the reset though, a slight one if anything, but looks like Utopia might be able to capture this out. Papa is still safe, and somehow, against the odds, Utopia have completed the capture against the firing squad of Penta Sports.
Penta just resting on their laurels for so long. At the end of the day, if you don't go forwards and you don't just actually go for that movement, you are going to get beaten down for it, and you could see there, Penta was so reluctant to actually go and deal with that cap. They were going for the blind shots. They were going for what they'd obviously done in practice, and it just didn't work against Utopia. Great position there from the T-54 Muka going forwards, and then also having the foresight to put another tank on his side to make sure that side shot is actually protected as well. And I just have to say it, I mean, Penta let that one run away from them.
This is when Papa first moved up on towards that cap circle, and you can see that Penta is still mostly grouped up towards the north here. Now, he made a slight positional change, and that really forced Penta to actually commit a bit more to resetting this. Yeah,
but that's the thing. They don't commit enough. They had to have done something here. And when you look at the line there, Utopia has the logical choice to just go up north, because that northern area is very hard to deal with if you have tanks ready to peek over the railroad. So, I mean, it depends also how quickly Utopia actually, react and commit to something. But I think there's a lot of lessons there to be learned from Penta, and Utopia coming out again with 2 completely different tactics and making them both work for them.
Yeah, you can see here Penta, I guess, made their gambit by pushing Fluky out to try and get the spots, and he did. But we saw Wicked he literally sacrificed himself to keep those capture points on Papa. Obviously, he had accrued some capture points of his own, so when he died, it was reset slightly. But there were so many points accrued on Papa that all he had to do was stay behind. I think it was Mooka as well there to win the round. This is the way that the steps are sort of evolving now. Teams are just sort of taking that risk, and it is a risk because Penta were in a really similar scenario. I know it was Wusa, sorry, I think it might have been, where they had tanks on the cap. The enemy team was a little bit more proactive.
Yeah,
and I think yeah, exactly. It was like 1 second, 0 seconds. And
0.
I think, Lauren, you guys were saying it's almost done, but it wasn't quite confirmed.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of flip side of the coin you can see in this scenario. If teams can sort of pick up their balls and go for it, they're usually able to reset.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if you don't complete it, and if one more of those blind shots had actually connected, it's game over for you. It's such a gamble on steps. I think if you want to go for something more reliable, then you should definitely go for that southern push. But again, that was definitely down to Penta not willing to do anything, not willing to go forwards, and maybe sacrifice a couple of tanks to get the reset on, get the MX-12T down, or going aggressive. Perhaps a little bit scared because obviously they went a little bit too up north against I think it was Strink, and that definitely caused them a lot of harm. All
right. Well, I mean, role switching now. Of course, Penta now are going to be on the attacking side, and of course Utopia defending here. I mean, they've done well. Utopia have got their 2 attacking rounds here, so they literally have 4 times the rounds on this map than Penta have. This is obviously Penta's chance to attack now. We've seen innovations. We're seeing different kind of strategies here. We're starting to get the lay of the land in terms of the ways that teams are thinking about steps, the way that they're playing it out here. You'd feel more confident seeing Penta go for a southern push, though?
Well, looking at their lineup, they got two RU251 and 5 T54 lightweights and an MX-12T. So I think Penta, as Penta does, they don't like those heavy tanks. They don't really have a player, I guess, apart from Raging Potato, that is really 100% competent on them. And also, just generally as a team, it doesn't suit them that well, whilst, of course, Utopia picking up a couple of those IS-3s. Now, in my opinion, 2 IS-3s on the defensive side, just not a good idea. We've seen it before, and when we saw it, it was a very easy tank to kind of drag around the map, and you can see already Utopia are putting themselves in a position where they can be dragged out and taken down.
Papa gets the spot towards noMERCY show, and obviously seeing the 54 lightweight there doesn't give away a heck of a lot, but you can see here the position of Utopia way back up in the northern side. Can they really respond to a southern push quickly enough from here?
I don't know. I don't think they can. I mean, the one good thing that Utopia is going for them right now is the fact that Penta don't have any heavy tanks. So at the end of the day, it will just come down to a brawl, but well, noMERCY gets rid of that 59-16 in a matter of seconds.
Now, this positioning, Utopia are actually in Wooster's position, I think, up against Supreme, and this really hurt them when those tanks pushed onto that eastern cap, and Wooster was still caught up at the top and had to respond. Now, they're going to have to do just that. And you can see they're all mobilizing, coming forward. There's IS-3s fast in terms of heavy tanks, but objectively speaking, they are not quick at all. Mac Money's going to take a shot. You can see him on the screen now. Wicked will probably be one of the first to get to that engagement. You can see the Hunter's Order as well is creeping up on this one. Utopia already down a tank, but the health points are fairly even. That's helped a little bit by the presence of the two 1,500 health point IS-3s. Time is ticking down. It's almost like Utopia have to commit a little bit to this, and they are. Hunter's Order goes fairly low. Penta pushing straight off of that capture space, though. They want to get the overmatch here. They see Wicked. They're almost going to turn their heads away. They just want to wreck Utopia now as quickly as they can.
I would have loved to see an MX-3090 in this situation, but they don't take it. Raging Potato does dispatch of star player McMoney.
Well, Penta Sports with the tanks right now. And the health points is still in the balance, so Shukyu is going to get pushed on towards by Fluky and the dead zone. You can also see Hacky up at the top of your screen. He'll be able to hook around and assist in this regard as well. It's only 3 tanks left for Utopia, and Shukyu now is going to get a shot on towards the dead zone, but he's going to have Hacky to come up behind him. He's got Fluky harassing him at his front. Utopia have 2 tanks up against 6.
Yeah, this is game over. Message and noMERCY are going to make mincemeat of Potomaka and the IS-3, and Shukyu is also in a 2 versus 1 situation.
Potomaka not even bothering to try and turn his turret or turn his tank, not to bounce any shots. It's that moment in water tanks that you have when you just go back to the garage and know you're pretty much done. I have him a few times in random battles. I'm like, it's 1 versus 10. All right, let's try another take, baby.
Yeah, drive into the sea.
We've seen that a few times, actually, yeah. All right, good showing from Penta there. Going for that southern cap, really, again, forcing a response from Utopia this time in that northern setup. It's strange, that setup. I could see the idea of it. It almost feels like they're set up in the north to try and deny the north cap push, but then they kind of gimp themselves when it comes to defending from the east.
I think it was actually a bait tactic from Utopia. I think they set themselves up into a position where they could actually get back to the eastern cap in time, and they say, okay, Penta, you can take that eastern cap, but we're gonna have those IS-3s and the T-54s to basically push around and get the resets. Now, if Penta had stayed in the cap and they got pestered by those IS-3s, they got chunked down, they got to deal with those hull-down IS-3s, it would have been game over. But what they didn't expect is that Penta would just push off with 4 T-54s and single out, I think it was Mooker in a T-54. And that's really what won them the game. So massive congratulations to that good adaptation on Penta's part and not going for the easy kind of capping tactic we've seen a lot of teams do.
It was an incredibly quick response there from Penta as well, pushing off. I mean, it's funny. It's like at what point do we sort of push off? Can we take any more damage before doing that? So, a good team's out to have a good gauge on, when they go to sort of set up on the cap, they might get reset a couple times. It's like, right, do we have enough health now still to go and fight these guys? Or do we need to try something else? But the fact is they had Utopia spread around them a bit. Yep. Penta could push off the cap in numbers like that. So straight away, they pushed on, took out one tank. It was like 3v1, 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 2v1. They had those overmatch scenarios, and it's tough. Teams have to really think about this when they go into these fights. So we were creeping up, trying to get resets, but at any moment, a team like Penta could turn around and jump on us.
That's the thing. I mean, Utopia definitely underestimated Penta. Penta is that team which goes for those overmatches, those engagements in the T54s. You have to consider that a team's tactics is reflected by the tanks they take, and I don't think Utopia really saw through that kind of whole facade.
You said that as well. Penta are a team that don't like to take those heavy tanks. They really do prefer, the lightweight sort of lineup. I mean, noMERCY probably one of the most accomplished
Did
heavy
the most
tank
damage
players.
last season.
And he played
last match as well.
Yeah, that's right. And he was definitely more of a 5100 player sort of back in the day, but not really a take that we're taking on this map. But what are we seeing here as well? Because Utopia have again changed their lineup completely. Yeah,
they've gone for the triple T32. Now, in my opinion, Utopia is treading a thin line here. I mean, I can see, for instance, why Supreme likes the I3s on mines and why they wreck Penta with it. But at the end of the day, the more we go through this season, the more heavy tanks are picked, the easier it will be to counter and the more teams will learn how to counter it. So Utopia's got to be careful that they don't continue going for this like heavy-esque lineup every single time. Otherwise, they will eventually fall behind the meta, and teams like Penta will exploit that to their very best. Now, Penta pushing up north. Again, with that 12T, maybe trying to give Utopia a taste of their medicine.
Utopia, always the team to bring something new, bring something different, trying to innovate a little bit. And here's the setup from Penta. And speaking of innovation, we've seen this one now a couple times before. It is the train, of course, to get message up on top of that hill. I like the mountain goat that he is, so we be able to cover a little bit more over. And this is actually excellent for like an A5, A6 push. But Utopia don't necessarily have to respond in that way as well. Do you think we'll see like a Penta-esque approach to defending from Utopia, where they just sort of put one tank across and try and get the spots? Or do you think it's wiser to sort of commit with your whole force?
Well, that's the thing. Utopia has that question. Obviously, Penta went for the latter, where they just, the former, where they just went forwards with one tank and tried to get the spot and then the reset, but obviously it didn't work out for them. So I think, in my opinion, Utopia is definitely that team will just push off. They'll just send the 3 T32s through the middle, maybe one with Papa towards the right, and actually go for just a full head-on engagement. Now, this is what I don't understand. Oh, this is message just destroys my point. Utopia on this map puts Papa in that bush every single time, and teams have to start learning just to blind shot it.
Well, message there gets a shot on towards Papa. I don't think he was spotted there, so it may have been a blind shot.
Oh, a blind shot.
He's up in a good little spot there as well. Now, 3 T32s. They are slower than IS3s. They're not quick. Their hull arm is weak as well in a brawl. Is that really the wise idea? I know what they're trying to do. They want to poke up and get some sort of hull down positions with those really strong turrets. But is that going to be enough? They need those auxiliary tanks to actually get the spots.
Yeah, I don't think so. I honestly think Penta's a really good chance of winning this one. The biggest problem would be Papa in that position. He can just spot if Penta decide to go for what we've seen is the kind of north to south defensive line, attacking line even. So I just think Papa needs to go down. That's what they need to focus on next. I'm super surprised Messig in that 251 isn't continuing to blind shot where that bush is, but McMoney gets so lucky there. Actually, a shot hitting his track, and well, maybe he's got to try and get out of there. If he gets spotted, it's game over. Yeah,
he wasn't spotted initially, but that killer pit will go over the top and we'll manage to see him now. Potomac takes a shot from Message, but sends one back his way in return. Those T-32s constantly spotted, but that's no good to Penta because it's so hard to put damage on towards them because of how hard their heads are. The base capture has started now. Hacky and Raging Potato have moved on towards that circle. The dead zone in quite a forward position as well. Killer Pit is in a great spot to get those spots on Utopia tanks pushing up to get a look at the cap.
And with Dead Zone in that position up north, in the eastern side, he's in such a good place to basically take down Papa. It just depends on how much Utopia commits towards shooting him and how quickly the Dead Zone reacts. I think that's what's going to happen next. The Dead Zone will get spotted via Papa. He'll either die or live, and depending on that result, it will be a win or a loss for Penta.
Keep your eyes up on that easternmost tank there, the Dead Zone. We can see Papa actually starting to move, and he probably will spot the Dead Zone in just a moment. So as you predicted, Mr. Tank's Oracle, we're about to find out the Dead Zone, Killer Pit, and Raging Potato all just got spotted. The Dead Zone just going to back straight off of that hill and not chance at an engagement. But Raging Potato goes down. Hacky's been forced to move off of the cap as well. And there's Potomac putting that shell in towards him, taking him out.
Yeah, I think, again, Messig really should have continued to blind shot that bush. I seriously, all the teams, you've seen Utopia play this map so many times. Why are you not just shooting that bush? At least for the first couple of minutes. It's been 5 minutes into this match, and Papa's still alive despite all those match days. So, oh well, Penta's still going for the engage, and I think it didn't go too badly for them. Wicked's very low. Papa also went down. So now what Utopia has to do is that they have to fully commit to getting a reset, which is where, you know, Penta will be at an advantage with Messick all the way over and towards the A1 area, and also that T54 up north as well.
Blind shot narrowly missing both the multi-show and the dead zone. They're sitting in that cap. There's going to be a shot towards him and put a bit of reset. You can see the dead zone actually is his tank faced away, so we can get off the cap as quickly as possible if it is required. Now, Fluky moving up into the dead zone's position there. Obviously isn't spotted. There's no Papa now to spot him out. It's only those lightweights and the 32s that are left for Utopia. Do they send out a lightweight to do the 59-16's job here?
I think they have to. I'm not sure. I really want to see what those T32s do. I mean, clearly the 54s are there just try and blind shot, but you've got to consider as well that I think it's new multi-show with the most amount of cap points. Messick also coming off the hill in that 251. So Penta's saying, okay, we're going to go and commit for this cap. We're not going to worry about the hill. We're not going to worry about the T32s going forwards because Killer Pit and that T54s up north just putting so much pressure onto those T32s. There's really not much they can do, but very brave move there from Penta just coming out of the cap.
Maybe they're expecting a push on towards them. The Killer Pit doing a stellar job cheating death over in that A5 area, just getting all the spots. But now Hunter Sword is going to light up the entirety of Penta Sports, and they are all together in a clump. So much information being given over to Utopia now, and Hunter Sword will pick off the dead zone. Also, Fluky is getting picked up. He's going to get pushed on towards by the Hunter Sword. And there's not much he can do except try and back around the corner, but the Hunter Sword is on top of him, and he's going to take him out with his next shot if he can connect it. That will be the end of him. Penta now trying to respond in the north side. They're amassing the last remaining tanks that they have, and that's only 3 to try and deal with this very, very heavy lineup.
Yeah, game over. Only Numod's message left in the T54 and the 251. You'll see the rest of Utopia just collapse onto them.
I mean, Utopia, well, they have 20 seconds. They could wait it out, but they're going to go in for the killing blow. It's just Message and New Multi-Show valiantly trying to stand against Utopia, but it will be Utopia taking that match 3-1.
Yeah, that map going to Utopia, super surprising. I said at the beginning of the match that Penta seemed to be one of those teams that likes to play the T54s, but Utopia's getting better and better every match day. You know, with that win against ASAP, now we're losing to Synergy and now looking like in a good position to actually beat Penta. It's pretty incredible progression. But looking at what happened that last round, again, I mean, Utopia is always putting Papa in that bush. You know, most teams have a T37 or something and it comes out, and then you have the tanks on the left or the tanks in the middle shooting that tier 6. That didn't happen. And game over really for Penta. As soon as Papa poked up, they spotted them, and really, there's not much Penta can do.
It feels like to me when I watch Utopia play, it's like the longer the Papa survives, the better their chances are. Sometimes we see Papa sort of get taken out sort of earlier onto the map. This is where Killer Pit now from Penta pushing up and getting some spots, and this is where I kind of felt that things were going a little bit better for Penta.
Yep.
They sort of were set up. We saw Killer Pit. He pushed even further down here after he's forced mate money away. Message takes a hit there. He's not really going to write home about that one. The positioning is decent for Penta here. This is before they push on towards the cap. They have it's a standard setup, I like to say. And this is before Papa, I think, ran into the dead zone. But from here, this is where Utopia have the chance to actually take the initiative and change the game state.
Yeah, this is the point. You know, they see Penta's got 2 tanks in the cap. They see their positions on the map, and they're just in superior places. I think if you want to be Penta, you've got to learn, first of all, that Utopia is seriously a heavy tank-orientated team. So, you know, don't take the 59-16 or T37. Pick up an M44. Because you got a good chance of always having to be able to beat those heavy tanks down. Of course, you know, they would have had the whole situation where they can't put a tank in the cap, but a T54 can also sit in the cap or just screw the cap. I think in a lot of situations, those T32s are not good in brawls. They're good when they're hull down when Penta's doing what they did. So I think they just Penta needs to switch it up and play Utopia at their own game. And Utopia just being so solid and being unusual with their positions, it's just great stuff.
The one time where we saw Penta display some truly unbridled aggression against Utopia, it resulted in them winning the round.
Yeah.
The second that they let back and let the masterminds of Utopia sort of formulate these plans on the fly, it seems like they tend to fall apart. Now, Penta pushed off the cap there, strangely, sort of towards the end of the round. Was that because of a reset come in? Was that because they thought they were going to get pushed onto by the entirety of Utopia?
There was a T54. I think it was Mucko who was pushing off over the hill. You can see him up there, Hunterzord even. So as soon as that T54 spotted, Penta knows it's game over. And New Multi-Show gets capped. No, the dead zone gets tracked across the tracks and gets taken down. And at that point, there's really no comeback for Penta. And also 49 seconds left on the clock. Simply didn't have enough time.
Well, we're going to be seeing Himmelsdorf coming up next as our second map. We haven't seen Penta on this map yet, but we know that Penta's strategies don't often revolve around the heavier lineups, those heavier sort of strategies. We're not going to see them take a lightweight lineup into a Himmels game, but do you think that fact about them is going to impact the way that this map works? What are your thoughts on, in general, Penta and Himmelsdorf?
Well, we've seen one T54. I can't exactly remember which team it was, but
Synergy? Reflex 54?
Perhaps we saw, maybe, but we saw one T54, and maybe Penta's going to go for the same strategy. It worked quite well. But yeah, again, I think Penta have been struggling with that T54 lineup. Maybe they are actually good at heavy tanks. We'll have to see. As you said, we haven't seen them on Himmelsdorf. Utopia's played on Himmelsdorf before. They got some experience. Maybe not the best results in the whole world, but they did crush ASAP on this map. So
that is true. That is true. Well, for those questions to be answered and many more, I'm sure, we're going to be getting onto Himmelsdorf after the break. So don't go too far. We're back with more tanks action right after this. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the WGLEU. Game 1 is already underway. Penta versus Utopia. And Penta are up against the wall, maybe realizing that they don't have the luxury of slacking any longer.
No, I expected Penta to take steps quite convincingly, but Utopia, with their very heavy lineups and very unorthodox positioning, have really shown Penta that they may have to rethink the way they play steps and the way they kind of position themselves and what lineups they do take on that map.
And you've said multiple times on and off stream as well that steps is the map that you have to know. You have to know this map if you want to be top 6, top 4, whatever. Because all teams are going to have that up their sleeve. You know, all the top teams have a strong steps, have a strong Himmelsdorf, regardless of side bias. So if we're seeing Penta as well falter, and I'll say falter on both sides. This is the second time that they have gone 3-1 down on steps.
Yeah.
Definitely have to fix something there.
Yeah, they do. They got a lot of problems right now, Penta. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do to rectify them, but as you said, you know, Steps and Himmelsdorf, we saw it pretty much exclusively on Tuesday and last week as well, and I think maybe we'll see it throughout this whole season. I think generally as the season goes through, we'll be able to see Lakeville more. We saw it, of course, last week as well. But in general, I think Penta and Utopia know that they need to be getting Steps and Himmelsdorf just right.
Your bread and butter as World of Tanks teams as well. Now, Utopia, they played already Himmelsdorf this season. Looked all right on it, actually. I think it was they and Synergy both won attacking rounds on that map here. So, you know, so they've got a feel for that one now. I don't doubt Penta would have been having a look at it. But let's jump in to Himmelsdorf. All right, so we'll be jumping in just a second. I think there's a match restart on that one, so both teams getting this stuff sorted. But we still whetted your appetite for a bit of Himmelsdorf play here. We end up seeing it almost every series here every week, so a good benchmark to be comparing teams on as well, to get an idea of sort of how they're performing. So, yes, a few teams are just getting their restart on, so it won't be too long before we jump back into that one. I mean, Utopia, when we first started today, you definitely sort of had your money on, or money if we were putting on Penta. Your opinion changing of them after having seen that Steps game? I mean, it's not really too much different to what we've seen from them before. It's the second time they've struggled on that map. But does that maybe change your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I think it changed my opinion on Penta slightly because they were a team last season which did well straight off the gates, and this season they're not doing too well. But it's so early days, it's hard to even say that. And I think Utopia, they like their heavy tanks, and Penta's going to be really conscious of that going on to Himmelsdorf. So we'll see. I mean, in my opinion, when Synergy and Utopia went up against each other, of course, they when we went to Synergy, Utopia were really kind of struggling on Himmelsdorf in many respects. I thought they did a good defensive side, but Synergy didn't play well either and kind of just went back and forward. So I don't know, we'll see. In my opinion, it's definitely Penta's chance to get back.
We saw a lot of smart flexes actually coming from Synergy on that map specifically, really did catch Utopia off guard. But you've got to ask the question, what kind of team is Penta if you stack them up against Synergy, if we're trying to think of how Utopia are going to perform based on past experiences? I feel like Penta's flex play, with the exception of balls to the wall aggression, throw your entire lineup at the enemy, seems a bit questionable. Yeah,
I think they overextend. I think Utopia, in many respects, when they put up with a lot of pressure, they just don't really know how to handle it in a lot of respects. And you said their flex play is questionable, but they're playing really well right now. Utopia definitely looking like the better team than Penta, and to be honest, you know, Penta starting on this map is really going to give us the idea if they can actually maybe bring the scoreline even.
All right, so Penta in the red. They're attacking to keep themselves in contention for this one. Utopia are in the blue in the north, defending. Now, we expect heavy tanks on this one. I don't think we've been surprised by any of these lineup choices here.
No, IS3's 5100s, T37, MT25 from Utopia. Pretty standard stuff. I mean, for IS3s, perhaps, you know, the only slightly unusual thing, but I think a lot of teams are preferring IS3s, and to be honest, I think it's the more reliable lineup, especially along these long roads and around the buildings. Now, Penta, of course, on the attack first, looking like they want to stack up their 8 line. And I think it's a good idea because often at the first few seconds of the game, the defending side does like to push out and get themselves into a position where they can potentially defend that western side, and you can actually catch them out if they do that. All
right, Papa being moved onto a heavy tank for this game, that tier 8. Now, you know, it's very telling from Penta because a lot of teams spread their forces out across that entire G line, but they've kept them all in one sort of death ball over towards that corner of the 8-line road. So be interesting to see how they decide to push off from there. Hunterzord's just copying quite a few shots here, and none of them have penetrated. That IS-3 is just so hard to bust through, especially with the 5100 as well. I think it's only a 105 on there.
100 millimeter.
Yeah, there you go. So not super high caliber. Penetration isn't fantastic from that one. So yeah, for quite some time, I think that IS-3 of Hunterzord is going to be able to sit there and continue to get the spots.
And if you're Penta, you've got to worry as well because Utopia, they're not a team that's scared of just going forwards. They've a lot of times against Synergy on this map, they just went forwards, they went aggressive. They had good control and good kind of situational awareness on that 8 line. And they really enjoyed that. But Killer Pit just get a shot there from Hunterzord, and this is a super gamble from Penta. If they can actually do damage against Hunter, and they're really putting a lot of resources to take him down, and they could get caught out for that.
Seriously strange. Most teams have their tanks in this position well and truly at the start of the game, so they're responding to Hunterzord's positioning by putting tanks in his way, I guess. And Killer Pit took that shot, and you can see the 5100 shots coming from the hill care of the dead zone. One of them has managed to bust through that IS-3. You can hear that satisfying sound if you're Hunterzord of the shots just bouncing straight off of him, and it is hard to get shot on towards that IS-3. A little damage to his modules there for Hunterzord, but he's definitely done his job right now, and he's given Utopia the chance to sort of push some of their tanks a bit further down that 2 line as well. But those 2 IS-3s from Penta Sports are getting in position to fight on the western side of the map.
I think Utopia are being super slow right now. They can do so much to beat Penta, but they're not doing anything. They're in exactly the same positions. You've got the 2 tier 6 getting locked down on the right side, 5100 kind of flexing all around the place. And I think that's given Penta a great amount of time and positioning to actually win this match.
Penta are frying HE at Hunterzord right now, or at least Raging Potato was. You can see those shots towards the top of that commander's hatch. That's the weak spot on that tank. That's where you need to hit. It's not easy, but these guys are pro players. You can see Penta Sports now congregating towards that western side. The 5100 and 2 IS-3s, though, for Utopia is still being held back to the northern side of the map, so they've been held in reserve. Let's see how much Penta wants to commit to this side of the map.
Nice. Killer Pit takes down Hunterzord. In my opinion, you know, a new player to the team, a new player to the league, and one of the guys that's been super impressive. I've got him marked down as one of the top damage dealers this season. But the commitment from Utopia is extreme over towards the left side. And we've seen classically in the past, if you don't get to C2, C3 area when you're actually attacking, you're basically dead. And that's what Penta Sports needs to be keeping in mind and going forward to.
Well, they're going to try and do just that, but the dead zone's going to cover about half his health and damage as he gets across there. Some shots coming in from the firing squad of Utopia are going to make this a very costly maneuver for Penta Sports. New Multi-Show's going to take a shot as well. Those 2 5100s, they're in a position. I wouldn't say they're in position because they're still going to try and push around. Muka is looking straight down the side of them, but he gets double tapped by those 5100s, and another shot towards Muka as well is going to force him away. And Penta now starting to push up on this western side.
Penta looking like they're in the driving seat right now. Don't see Muka getting away from Raging Potatoes. Big old BL9 there. But yeah, that's a good positional play from Penta. And now they really have all the cards.
All right, Utopia are going to get pushed onto by Penta now. It's a decent, about 1,400 health advantage for Penta Sports as they are coming forward now towards Utopia. Utopia looking left, looking right, looking for allies to help them out here. It's going to be Bijou, Shuki, Potomako, and Papa, the only real tanks to be able to defend against this push. And now Penta have moved on to the cap.
Super weird from Fluky. I'm not a massive fan of Fluky as a player. He just was so careless there taking a shot from Potomako, even though he's spotted. And that's cost maybe Penta a tank there because he's down to a one-shot. Now, you got that T-37 battle on the hill as well. Now, if Hacky wins that, it's going to be game over, and he probably will lose it because obviously the T-37 does a lot more damage and is very good in these firefights. But Penta's just set up now. They can actually get the overmatch in any respect, but they have got quite a lot of low hit points tanks as Utopia's got some good crosses.
Importantly enough, Shuki just went down there. Message confidently moving up to take a shot towards Papa. Bijou now forced back around the corner as well. because Raging Potato and Fluky and the Dead Zone are all coming forward. The shots are hitting from Penta. They don't miss much at all. And Bishu now down to half health. Potomako less than half health. And Wicked is still trying to run away from his assailant, Hacky, up on top of that hill. There's no real guns in the game for Penta Sports now, for Utopia, should I say, as Penta Sports now push on for the final blow.
Yeah, Bishu's the only one remaining, down to almost a one-shot there, and maybe even a one-shot for the IS3s. And yeah, it's got a full clip. Let's see if he can make it work.
No, too many guns trained in his direction. Now Potomako, the solitary defender for Utopia, 575 points of health. And here comes the firing squad. Message moves up. Potomako already takes a shot from the dead zone. And that is that. Penta Sports on the attack side of Himmelsdorf. Again, not many teams favoring that western push, but it definitely works out well if you can coordinate.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, Utopia, they did well against Synergy on Himmelsdorf because they were going aggressive. They really went for those movements early on, and this time around they didn't go for that. They left Hunter Zord basically to hang out to dry there in that position behind the rubble. He went down eventually, even though the dead zone bounced a lot. And I think, you know, Utopia...
What's the point? What's the point in Utopia putting him here? And having him get shot
so he can spot the 8-line as well, and he can also get shots onto the side of tanks there. But this is the thing. He is there as well just to lock down that whole street. But what does Utopia do for it? They do nothing. Even with the whole of Penta just trying to kill Hunter Zord, it's not like they just go for a quick moving up the 8-line or try and come from behind or maybe go for that western side push. They just sit there in the same positions, and that costs them that round.
And it feels like Penta's initial positioning on that road, I mentioned, they didn't spread out along the G line. They didn't go for that sort of furthest building to sort of shoot through with the IS-3. They stacked themselves up at the very eastern end of that street. And I guess this is the follow-up from that. This is their push on here now. You mentioned Fluky taking that hit there from Potomako. Yeah. It definitely didn't seem like Cap was a possibility here.
I think Penta just puts the pressure onto Utopia here. They say, okay, Utopia with the advantage, come forwards, we'll get more of an advantage. And then you see Killer Pick going forwards, getting a good cross, and the 5100s also come off reload or just about have enough shells to go forwards. I think the dead zone's actually on reload there. And then you can just see Penta going forwards. They got their tanks alive. They got the more firepower, the more hit points, and they end the match with all 7 still alive and kicking.
It's great trading of health as well for those guys, really just effectively the way that they're pushing in to those sites. So, yeah, interesting set play out from Utopia. Maybe they didn't expect, you know, what Hunter Zord was, or to be honest, wasn't spotting on that G line. He did see a few tanks there. It took a long time. He would definitely have that steel wall medal after that game. It took a lot of hits in that IS-3. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Minimal capitalization on it. And we found that on Himmelsdorf, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Yep. Teams that are able to really push down that train line, really get close to the attacking side's base, and then just lock them in there. Yeah,
you've got to get initial advantage. You need to be versatile. You need to be going forwards on the defensive side on Himmelsdorf because, you know, as the attacker, you have 2 options now. You got that northern cap, which you didn't have in the previous iteration of Himmelsdorf, and you have the western cap, which we've seen the likes of Kazner and Virtus Pro go for a lot. So as a defender, you need to be keeping that eye on the 8-line. You need to be going forwards, being aggressive, trying to get some early damage. Not quite as aggressive as Virtus Pro does, but aggressive nonetheless.
Well, let's see if we can see a little bit more aggressiveness here from Utopia's defense. Well, Penta bringing it back. They can equalize here if they manage to get on top of it. They obviously will be on the red side. That is a lot of IS-3s.
It's an unbelievable amount of IS-3s. 5 IS-3s, 2 ISs, and I love that. I love that IS. The damage is the same as the IS-3 at 390. Penetration is not that far off, but obviously you can still bounce an IS-3 from the side and the front, but that's a lot of damage.
That is. I mean, those IS tanks are really cool to see them being used. Obviously, both of them are Tier 7 Russian heavies. A little bit smaller in size, as you can see, but still packing quite a punch here. So Hacky and Fluky will be piloting those ones in this particular match. Now, Raging Potato, Hacky and Fluky were all spotted at some point there.
They're all spotted. The whole of Penta has been spotted.
Let's see what Hunter Utopia do with that information. It is a big push out towards that western side of the map, setting up their tanks. Really no one being left up towards the hill, no one being left towards the 8-line with the exception of Wicked here. Utopia definitely wanting to dig their heels in and repel the assault.
Utopia thought with all those IS-3s that Penta would push up the 8-line, and that's quite a logical decision from Penta if they did do that one, because I mean around the corners when you're fighting against 390 damage from the BL9s, what can you really do? 5100 just won't have the staying power, and you know you're doing 300 average damage per shot. It's just 100 less than the IS3, so it really does add up very quickly. But they're not. Penta's going for the left side, and I think maybe a questionable decision on their part, but you see a lot of teams like that kind of movement.
The dead zone stopping still. He hasn't been spotted yet, and he knows it, so he's quite happy just to sit and survey things over on the western side. Raging Potato did have a shot. He was spotted, though. He's going to try and back down here. See, Wicked mostly being left to his own devices here on the 8 line. He's just going to keep patrolling that one and make sure that Penta aren't going to try and sneak any tanks up. But they're IS3s and ISs, so it's not really as if they're, you know, going to be pulling out some very, very quick maneuvers here. They're definitely going to be trying to stay the course. And that's the game of World of Tanks. So often your strategy has to be sort of settled on before you even roll out, and you've got to stick to it now. But Message is pushing up the side, and all those ISs and IS3s are going to be making their way towards the cap.
Utopia's so conscious of the fact that if Penta just push up that 2-3 line, they're going to absolutely wreck them. And also the IS3 along the side is going to do such good work. And so the Utopia really committing everything to try and stop that push. And so far, it's going very well. They got the hit points pretty close, whereas at the beginning, it was a bit more towards Penta. And they just need to keep themselves solid, keep themselves safe, and, you know, keep Penta at bay.
Bichu standing his ground there. He actually hasn't been spotted by his IS3, so he was able to empty his clip towards the dead zone and noMERCY show, and they have not yet connected with him at all. The two ISs and the IS3, Killer Pit now leading that little troop, have moved up in between those two houses now, and Penta have a bit of a crossfire here, but what is important that they need to get rid of is Bichu just harassing from A1 and 2.
That's the problem. The IS3, I think it only has about 360 meter view range, whilst the AMX 6100 has more, so it can just spot out these IS3s over and over again. Now, you can see the adaptation from Utopia as well. You got the 5100, kind of predicting that Killer Pit or Hacky or one of the other ISs will go through the middle and try and get some cross shots on. Obviously, that isn't happening. You got the MT25 from behind. This is going pretty badly for Penta, I have to say. And yes, the cap's on the way, but you got the MT25 from behind who can constantly reset and also spot the tanks there.
Yeah, I mean, the back of an IS or an IS3 is quite prone to being shot. It's not strong armor. And you can see now Penta trying to push up there, getting a little bit nervous. It looked like Utopia were going to flex Muka in via the G line, but they brought him back now to bolster the main force to have some shots from the D line. And if Message pokes out just a little bit too far, he will be a lit target for Muka to try and destroy. Raging Potato is also got to be pushing up that 3-4 line here and try and get involved. Maybe you'll see Muka and might be stopped in his tracks.
Yeah, this is the thing. I thought the 5100 was there to stop, but he's not there anymore, so I think Raging Potato can do good work. Muka might just go for the engage and try and take him down.
Through the window, Raging Potato manages to hit Muka, and the shot in response is bounced, but Muka is an autoloader. He's got plenty of shells to use on towards Raging Potato, and Raging Potato has to get up towards that little hole, that hold down position, and try and use the hard head on the IS3 to bounce some of those shots, because Muka still has 3 left. It will be enough to take out Raging Potato if he gets a little bit too cavalier about this. But he's in position. Raging Potato can get the proxy spot towards Muka here. But so far, it hasn't looked like Penta have been able to assist with that little fight. Raging Potato has to be careful.
This is definitely game over if Penta don't go forward, if they don't try something aggressive, because that MT25 will just be able to get the reset. Penta are trying to get the cap done without expecting that MT25 to be from behind. So again, they need to be going aggressive. They need to be trying to get the damage onto Utopia. Otherwise, I just don't see how they can win this one. But one bounce onto Raging Potato might just cost Muka his life.
Muka, though, has 2 shots there as well. He can use them. Raging Potato going to back straight on away. Wait for the reload, and Muka knows World of Tanks 101. Don't push around a corner into an enemy that's already reloaded, so we might have to think about this in a little bit of a different way. Look at the timer on your screen, the base capture. It has been reset time after time after time. Message now in that vulnerable position. He's trying to side scrape, use that spaced armor against Potomaco and Papa, but he realizes he might just have to back away and find a better vantage point. And now Muka, well, noMERCY show is going to come up with Raging Potato. The Potato has friends, but will it be enough? Muka is holding on, but now he is on reload. Those 2 IS3s can push onto him at their leisure and take him out, and Muka knows it. So does Raging Potato. That take is going to go down, but the base capture is still being reset. There's only 1 minute left in this round.
A really surprising miss there for noMERCY show. He definitely shouldn't have missed that one. That's cost Penta a few seconds. I think Penta are doing quite well now. They can actually go forwards, and they put Utopia on their back foot.
Bichu now, a 1 shot, and he gets taken down. Raging Potato barrels around the corner and picks him up. noMERCY show will be joining him there. Message does go down. Hacky also hits the deck as well, but Penta still have the guns to bear if they use him the right way. Potomako and Papa trying to push on. There'll be a 5v2 overmatch if those two can get around the corner, but great position by Shuki to come out, to stop them from pushing in. Raging Potato goes down, Papa hits the deck, care of Killer Pit. It's a 3v4, Potomako is low, Fluky trying to go head-to-head, tier 7 versus tier 8, but if he can get that one more shot towards it, but no, Hunterzord cuts him down just as he's about to reload. Killer Pit will deal with Potomako. There's still 3 tanks though for Utopia. It's close in health points. One fluff shot could mean the difference between life or death here, and noMERCY picks up Shuki.
Oh, noMERCY Show just doing such a great job, 1 versus 1 situation. At the moment, Penta are definitely in a good position if they didn't have more time.
Brilliant, and it was only Wicked left, so, I mean, it was a 3v2, but it was essentially the 2v2 in terms of those heavy tanks. Great work by Penta, but time ran out.
Yeah, they were just going for the cap. I said it. Penta had the tanks to go forwards and take down Utopia. Also, the individual skill was a lot higher from Penta there. You can see both Raging Potato and noMERCY Show hitting upwards of 2.2k damage. And they should have just gone forwards. Just gone forwards and dealt with Utopia. But Utopia, great player there. They had the MT25 in the back. They kept on getting resets on. They wore that clock down. And it was just too little, too late from Penta. And, you know, obviously the M225 on the hill just guaranteed them the win.
And the proportion of the reset is determined by the damage being done. So it wasn't a hell of a lot of damage from the MT25, but it was enough. Now, this is the initial setup. This is as Penta start to sort of push over here. Is this the correct setup? Could they have been more aggressive? Or are you sort of fairly satisfied with this?
The thing Penta would be scared about there is that 5100. It's not spotted, but you can kind of guess it's there. I think the 5100 gets spotted later, which causes Penta to go into the middle because they know they won't get shots from the side. But either way, I think they should have been more aggressive, and I don't think the western side was the greatest thing to do. You know, if you're going to be using those big guns, just go up the 8 line and see what happens. That kind of push into the cap doesn't work because of the tier 6. The tier 6 could pretty much solo them. And yes, they won because of some good individual play and some sloppy play from Utopia. But it was always going to be Utopia picking up that round.
This is the argument, though, here as well. And Amuka obviously going in that head-to-head.
Missing.
Now, noMERCY Show was sort of, he was sort of had to be brought out of the woodwork here. They took a lot of damage on towards Muka, but what's probably even more important than this specific engagement is look at the map. Look at the positions of Penta here. They're still not pushing forward. They take this 2v1 because it's comfortable for them, but they don't really go aggressive, and it's already 1 minute left in the game at this point.
It's so over then. It's already so over. I mean, it took them 38 seconds to wipe the floor with Utopia, but of course that MT25. So I think, you know, Utopia just standing their ground and looking like a team that doesn't have all that many weaknesses. Questionable player skill in some respects, but that's obviously the nerve still kicking in. It's not a new team, but they got quite a few new players. For instance, Hunterzord. And I think they're doing very well here. They can be happy with this result so far.
Penta, the reason why they were losing those rounds on steps is because they were lacking aggressiveness. This map is the same. That one good map that they won on steps was, as we said, we've brought it up, we're rehashing it. It was because they pushed off the cap. They went for the throat and they took the game. It seems like they don't back themselves in that 1v1, or maybe they just think that at the end of the day, like, they can be tactical and passive the whole time and still get the win. This is kind of why Virtus Pro had to adapt as well. Because of the way the game works now, especially on steps more than any other map where the lightweight's being quite prevalent, you have to be aggressive. You have to take your opportunity to go forward, and it's a shot calling error as well. Definitely something that needs to be addressed. Yeah,
I think they got so many things going wrong for them right now. It doesn't look like the Penta we had last season. I mean, clearly, you know, we got plenty more time to play, plenty more match days to go. I mean, we still got, what, 8 more match days? But still, Penta need to start, you know, upping the ante and actually bring a couple rounds back and maybe even get a point of Utopia.
Well, Penta have a chance, at least in this map, their final chance, to stay in the game. They're going to be defending again, going up against Utopia on the attacking side. Crucial times for Penta now. This is not a position they maybe expected themselves to be in. I know a lot of people backed Penta in the community. I know the numbers, or at least the record, favoured them. But what do we got here?
So a pretty standard lineup from both teams. You got 4 IS3s, 2 5100s, and 12T from Penta, and very much the same from Utopia. Obviously, the MT25 with its great view range being picked up by Utopia. But the big difference is that we have had the old switcheroo. Penta's gone on the defense and Utopia's on the attack. Obviously, we haven't had a chance to see Penta play Himmelsdorf yet. But when we saw Utopia play Himmelsdorf on the attack, they were very aggressive. They like to play along that 8 line, and they look like they're going to do the same this round as well.
Absolutely, and you can see they do have that 5100 position up on towards the hill. 2 IS3s, however, being left back, kept towards the church in the south. So maybe just a flexible lineup for Utopia here. You can sort of decide what they're doing on the fly. And Penta definitely pushing a reasonable way down towards that 2 line. We see this from a lot of teams. They venture quite a long way down those train tracks and then sort of pull back just to make sure that there's no early push that's going on here. Hacky holding Vigil in the middle of the map here, just trying to keep eyes on Utopia. But now it looks like they want to go for that 8-line push.
Nice, clever movement there from Utopia. They went across the churchyards. They got spotted by Hacky, and then they just reversed and got immediately towards the right side. And that's kind of caught Penta off guard. Penta was setting up for a left side defensive line, and now they got to get themselves in positions for that eastern side. Obviously, they will get the position in time, but then you got the tank in F1 now. Typically, so far this season, when a tank's been in that F1 area, it's almost always caused big issues for the defending side.
Muka sitting back. There's actually no tanks on that sort of D road to stop them at this point. So Utopia still pushing forward. And yeah, as you said, great bait on towards Hacky. And then they sent their entire force down towards the 8 lines. The setup is coming in here from Penta, but yes, they create a virtual overmatch because that IS3 down at now C2 is out of position. So the quicker that Utopia go for the throat here, the better. And this might even teach Penta a lesson in proactiveness.
And one thing I think Penta has going for them, though, is that Hacky in that AMX-12T can just do whatever he wants. He can just come from behind. He can go any other direction. So far, he's just sat there. Obviously, you can spot a lot more, but I honestly think Hacky would move out of that position and maybe try and come from the hill or another direction.
All right, so the Dead Zone and Shukyu trading shots at range here. And he has to be very, very careful because there is that 5100 that's going to be looking at him from A0 in just a moment. Now, the base capture has started. Utopia are pushing their tanks up on towards that cap circle, and the rest of Penta are definitely just set up around the 3-4 line, waiting for a bit more of a committed push to come out from Utopia. This is a critical point for teams on the attacking side. This is often where games are won and lost for the team coming forward. What do Utopia need to do from here?
Utopia need to make sure that, first of all, the 12T can't do anything, so they need to lock it down with the MT25. They need to make sure that they have every single angle covered, especially make sure that they got a tank protecting that middle area, that kind of courtyard area. And then they need to set up for this push, where basically Penta can just go straight across and overmatch around the corner, expecting Utopia to be kind of strawn out a little bit.
Here's that push here. Killer Pick on him leading the charge, but he's just going to be on his own for the moment. Takes 1 shot, takes 2 shots, takes 4 shots, takes 1,387 points of damage, and he will go down quickly. But here's the rest of Penta now pushing out. Hunter Sword is only still there because Shukyu went down before him. Shots now going down towards the street, towards Mac Money. A new multi-show is going to get chunked down as well. Have a look, though. Have a look over towards Bishu. He is now on reload. He has to back away from that fight, but Penta are beaten, battered, and bruised after pushing forward.
Yeah, they're losing about 1,000 hit points a second right now. Is really Messig's the only one in a decent position. Very, very bad execution there from Penta, and it's really left them without words as, well, really, Hacky's the only one doing any damage.
Yeah, Hacky now gets himself back on towards that middle road. He can't really contribute for the moment. But there's Hunter Zord and Mac Money pushing up. Messig is still in that annoying little position, but there's a tank. There's a 5100 there from Muka to take him out. Excellent adaptation from Utopia. Great flex. And now, of course, we see Raven HR hit the deck as well. 3 tanks remaining for Penta Sports, and only 2 of them are tier 8s.
Hacky in that tier 6, of course, but the Dead Zone Raging Potato trying to keep hope alive. Hope's alive for Penta, but Hacky caught between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, he's a lion heart if I've ever seen it. Hacky is going to try and take on those 2 5100s. He will get rammed to add insult to injury, and Raging Potato is surrounded, beleaguered, and he's about to drop. Utopia, great execution there on the attacking side. Penta really seem like they're lacking originality. They're lacking initiative, and they're lacking rounds as well.
Well, they're lacking a game there. They just lost 5-2. And really, that last game gave us a good indication why. Because, first of all, Killer Pit YOLO'd in on his own and got destroyed completely. I mean, you can't just go in on your own like that. Second of all, the execution was bad. I mean, why didn't Hacky just come in from behind? Maybe cause some of those turrets to turn onto him. Especially from the 8 line, screw the MT25 or take down the MT25, and then you can push around the corner. And in my opinion, that whole commitment around the corner with all your tanks is bad. I think you should split push a little bit with those 5100s.
Look at the damage count back. When you've got Killer Pit, who did 0 damage, and noMERCY on his famed 5100 did 0 damage. 2 massive tanks, 2 very big players for Penta, essentially completely nullified. There's no way they're going to win like that.
No. Again, bad game from Penta all
Here's
round.
The push.
Bad game from Penta. Killer Pit just gets obliterated, and then the rest of the team kind of come sidling in here. Message does a good job. He does the correct thing. He just pushes forward, so you can't get cross shots. Everyone else from Penta just really, really poor. And you know, Utopia, you have to give them credit. They're just doing such a good job. They look like the better team every single round. Even the rounds they lost, they looked like they had a chance of winning. So they definitely deserve that one.
And we were saying earlier on in the game, the numbers, at least, were favouring Utopia. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, the numbers don't lie. But that's game 1 out of the way. Game 2 is coming up very shortly. So don't go too far, because very quickly we're going to be back with noMERCY versus Supreme. Ladies and welcome. Brilliant start. Excellent.
Ladies, welcome.
You know, I've said that about 37,000 times of all my events, and I get it wrong now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WGL EU Week 3 Match Day number 2. My name is Mitchell Leslie. I'm here, of course, with Oliver Maxfield. We're already one game in tonight. We've already seen Penta fall with only 2 rounds against Utopia. Very interesting game. Definitely highlighting some of the weaknesses of those teams.
I saw Penta in the preseason. I watched some of their matches, some of their trainings, and I was like, Penta not looking so strong. And they were playing against some of the Russian teams. I thought they would get their stuff sorted before the actual season started, but it doesn't look like it since Utopia just played a good game, played a solid game. They had some good tactics, some good individual play. They got all the kind of bases checked, and it worked out for them. Very good scoreline.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, Utopia moving forward now, looking like a bit more of the real deal.
Yeah.
We'll see how that one sort of shapes up. We're going to move on, of course, to our next match of the night. It's got to be noMERCY going up against Supreme.
Yeah, so technically this should be Supreme's match just because the 2 matches they've played so far have just been pretty one-sided. Even against Penta, they won 5-1. And, of course, they won against the ASAP as well, 5-0 in their last match. That was a very clean sweep. One of the fastest matches I've ever seen. I think it was like 40 minutes, maybe even less. So noMERCY obviously struggling a little bit this season. They started on a pretty good setting, almost beating Wusuf, but losing in that tiebreaker match 5-4. And they lost against their fellow Polish team, Strink, which was a kind of surprising result for us all.
Especially given that it was 0-5 as well. I mean, when we came in, we looked down the roster, we said, I'm seeing players we've seen before, like Matt PL, even Nevy's been around, Snip, Devil. These guys, especially from the Polish scene that we've seen quite a lot of, but it hasn't been good for them so far. And if we turn the corner over and have a look at Supreme as well, they've lost 2 rounds this season.
Yeah.
2 rounds. And they've been incredibly consistent, really, really strong. It's that individual skill that we're talking about, and we were, sort of talking earlier on the season thinking this is the all-star team. This is really the one that we expect to sort of do well. A lot of really, really individually skilled players, FC Dynamo, Nuclear, Applewell, Phoenix, Griffin, Shanish, Ron. It's just a incredibly strong lineup. And nothing has really surprised us about them so far. Yeah,
they took the best part of GG Well Played and they put it to the best part of School Bus. And the other players from School Bus kind of went over towards the NA scene. So I'm not surprised it's doing so well. Of course, they had the whole question is, you put all these great players, maybe all these big egos together, and you have problems. But I think generally these guys know each other. They play with each other a lot. And it was really only a matter of time before we actually got this all-star team. And so far, living up to its name.
And these guys are familiar with each other as well. If you think back to Season 3, maybe even Season 4. No, Season 3 it was, yeah. Denova. We saw Ron was the captain. YR was there as well, who's now moved over to Hellraisers. But a lot of these guys were in that lineup, or at least they're very familiar with one another. I think Applewell was, floating around. Phoenix. International, of course, was in that lineup. They made the transition to GGWP. They sort of waxed and waned a bit, and now they're sort of back, and it's been super strong from them. I mean, only losing 2 rounds, they've been consistent. And the first map especially is going to be Mines. Now, this is a map where Supreme have played it twice. They've only dropped 1 round. Yeah,
they only dropped 1 round against Penta. And to be honest, they've just looked unbelievable, especially with those IS3s. I mean, technically, I think they did so well against Penta because of those IS3s and not necessarily because of their tactics. And if maybe we see here noMERCY pick up those IS3s, it'll slightly be a more close game. But yeah, I mean, 2 wins out of 2, 1 round lost, that's it, out of 8. Fantastic ratio for Supreme. I would definitely be worried if I was noMERCY. But then again, we've already seen it this season. For instance, last time when Virtus.pro and Synergy went up against each other, we thought, Virtus.pro's got this because they're playing Steps and Himmelsdorf. Turned out that Synergy had just done a lot of practice and a lot of homework and just anti-stratted Virtus.pro down to an absolute T. And this maybe will be happening in this match as well.
I mean, yes, but what we normally see from Polish players is a lot more of a focus on that individual skill. Tactically, having seen the sort of noMERCY's games, and even looking back over some of the other Polish guys' games as well, a lot of the time the game comes down to who is just a little bit better on the aim, who's a little bit better on the old mouse one. And we got Lakefield as well for our second map.
Yep.
I don't know how much we're going to see of it, but last time we saw it, it was interesting. We really didn't get to see too much strategic depth in that one.
Who was that? What match was that again?
It was the last Playday.
Yeah.
It was one of our 5-1s. So
yeah, it was one of those. I think it was maybe the Ding game.
Possibly, yeah, it was the Ding game.
Yeah. Oh, that was interesting, to be fair. I mean, Lakeville is one of those maps we've yet to explore. We've seen it a little bit on other regions, but to be honest, it's still a totally new map, and maybe we'll get to see a few rounds this one.
Well, before we get too far talking about Lakeville, it's time to get up close and personal with Mines. All right, game on. Our first match of the night saw our two middle teams. This one will feature our top and bottom teams. It's Team Supreme in the red defending and noMERCY in blue attacking from the north.
Interestingly enough, both teams have actually gone for the artillery. Ron playing it for his team and Rafik playing it for his. That's interesting because, well, usually you only see artillery on the defensive side, and also the fact that not the team captain Jamato is playing the artillery, but instead one of the main players from noMERCY. Now, we're seeing a very strong push onto the hill from noMERCY right off the gates.
Good way to start. There's no sort of back and forth, umming and ahhing about pushing on towards the hill. noMERCY have taken that one. 3 IS3s here for Team Supreme, and it's a lightweight lineup for noMERCY. So we're going to see that age-old paradigm clash of the 2014 sort of lightweights versus the 2015 sort of new and improved IS3 heavy lineup. And Object 416 as well, being picked up for Griffin.
So we've seen Shanish come off reload, and that's caused Team Supreme to go forwards. Of course, you know, the 5100, a very long reload, like 49.5 seconds. But now he's off reload, he's going to be able to do so much damage. And typically, at least against Wusa, noMERCY don't do well in those firefights on the hill.
Lucky Blast gets chunked down there. 786 damage shaved off him, and he tries to get down the hill. But look at the damage that Shanish is going to be able to put out towards him as well. That's a nasty business trying to deal with that 5100. And now he's going to be able to push across with Phoenix to get involved. And looks like Fussy Eater and Matt Piel, I mean, they've gone for that cheeky little flank around the side, but they might be overmatched quite quickly. Yeah,
2 versus 2, and also Shanish is such a good player. You've got Phoenix. Great control as well from Team Supreme on the hill.
That's right. Fussy Eater and Matt Piel trying to look towards Phoenix and take him down. They think about an overmatch, but Shanish is already moving around the other side just to pincer them in. That's a heck of a lot of damage and no response as well. Ron gets the finishing blow on towards Fussy Eater. Going to reveal himself here, but Matt Piel has got more important things to worry about right now. Shanish, though, did go quite low as he pushed up towards the hill. So he's a one-shot. Matt Piel might be able to get it. No. So Shanish still standing. And Team Supreme have decimated noMERCY within the first couple minutes of this game.
Double the amount of hit points now for Team Supreme. You got better positions as well. Great play by that 416. Just doing so much damage to Shock right now. Griffin is definitely one of my star players from Team Supreme. One of those guys that's kind of, you know, been out of the limelight and actually steps up and says, okay, guys, you know, I might not be one of those well-known superstars, but I am going to be a top damage dealer in the next few rounds. Now, it's really a matter of time now. Team Supreme pushing off the hill. They know like noMERCY is on the western side. They know that they can take them down.
Before you know it, it's over. Team Supreme have the hill. They have the center of the map. It's just 3 tanks left. The M44 of Rafik and, of course, Nevi and Jamto. And they will be found quite soon as well. Griffin actually leading the charge uncharacteristically with an Object 416 being wanting to get up close and personal. You don't often see that. You can see that his turret only has a certain range of movement here. But Griffin going to push across that cap circle. Neither Nevi or Jamto are spotted yet, but Team Supreme have a good idea of where they are.
And also that artillery spotted. You'll see Ron probably take that one out once he's reloaded. 15 seconds on that one. Or Applewell will do that service and leaving only Nevi and Jamato and the T-54s alive.
Well, Nevi, his days are numbered here. Phoenix is trying to get towards position to have a shot on him. Nevi just going to have to back himself up there. Jamto did take down Phoenix. But it's really not going to be enough. They're far too far behind to really make anything happen here. Nevi trying to go towards Griffin, not really trying to abuse the lack of turret rotational ability there. Nevi could have actually gone the other way around Griffin and caused him some more trouble. But still, the result will still be the same. Team Supreme still with 4,000 hit points on the board are going to take that one away. And it was just the nuances, just the little things that exploded within the first 2 minutes, and Supreme just ran away with that one.
I think straight away, Team Supreme have done their homework. They knew that noMERCY is not very good on the hill, so they thought, okay, we're gonna have the 5100 holding the cross. When it comes to freeload, we're going to put a little bit of pressure on the hill. And then they saw that noMERCY was straight off the hill, trying to go for that eastern cap. You saw Fussy Eater, one of the top players from noMERCY, just gets about 800 damage onto him straight away. And, you know, already, you know, great shots there by Shanish to actually, I believe, to track Shock. And one T-54 goes down. Team Supreme have the hill with the heavy tanks. They have every single angle covered. I like that they've also picked up the 416 following our Russian brothers. And I think altogether, just a solid round from Team Supreme. Very reactive, very quick, very instinctual.
Yeah, this double push was bizarre here from noMERCY because straight away they were outgunned. Shanish was there, Phoenix was there, and that was when Team Supreme knew they could push on towards the hill and just shove noMERCY straight off. And in fact, those two tanks from noMERCY came off the hill to organise this little flank. There weren't tanks that were held back initially, so noMERCY give up the hill and then try and create something inside the base of Supreme. Maybe they're looking for the Artie, maybe they're looking for a tank on its own, but there were way too many tanks held back in reserve for Team Supreme. They just let them come into them and just took them out.
Yeah, they were thinking, okay, so they're going to be going up the hill now with those slow, heavy tanks. We can come off the hill and we can get up towards the southern side of the base, maybe take down an artillery, as you mentioned, take down a tank, and kind of use the slow, lumbering fashions of those IS-3s and 5100s to their favor. But of course, you know, Team Supreme were a little bit too quick, and Shanish in that 5100 did a great job. Now, in my opinion, the biggest fatal mistake noMERCY made there was the fact that they played for that middle area. And I think they are a better team towards the western side. I think they play a better game along that left side with the Lighthouse Island, with the plateau, with the beaches. I think that's where they need to go in this next round.
Well, we saw that Supreme weren't really that interested in trying to push up and take the hill. Shanish and I think Phoenix as well, a few of the other players were just sitting back.
Yeah.
Why don't you just push down the western side, take control of that island, start putting pressure on those tanks that are unwilling to push onto the hill? Force them to push onto the hill without sending your tanks over the overboard and getting shot to pieces by Shanish.
Or just keep the hill, use Rafik and the artillery to basically annihilate those IS-3s that are sitting below the hill. That's exactly what he's for. And they didn't use that. They actually went for a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. So a few mistakes on noMERCY's side.
This is what we're seeing from noMERCY as well. This is a chance for them to sort of solidify their strategy, because Team Supreme's right now is solid as a rock. And it is interesting to see Griffin in that 4-1-6. I kind of expected to see him sit a little bit further back and hold that position that we often see Borsigs use. Or
K4.
Yep, K4. And he actually pushed on the hill eventually. Maybe he didn't start there, maybe he did start there, but either way, Team Supreme are so well drilled on mines. Yeah,
they're looking impossible to beat right now. This is what, 9 rounds won, 9 rounds played, 8 rounds won. Pretty incredible ratio altogether. Same lineups from both teams. Again, Supreme loving those IS-3s, loving the Russian heavy tanks, and of course supplemented there by Shanish and his 5100. In my opinion, probably one of the star players in that last round.
Yeah, it's great actually. Shanish has grown a lot since Season 3 as a player. It's really great to see him, you know, in that centerpiece role with that 5100. He did a heck of a lot of work last map. Let's see if he can recreate that one now. This time though, noMERCY not opting to take the hill. Very defensive setup for them here.
Yeah, they know Applewell, Dynamo, and Phoenix in the 2 IS-3s and the T-54s. They're just aiming towards the hill. And I actually like this. I think maybe a Borsig would have been in order if they went for this tactic. And they're trying to get damage onto the side of those IS-3s that are now pushing up.
Every shot is so important. If noMERCY let Team Supreme take to the hill without taking much damage, it's pretty much lost there and then. Nuclear gets hit pretty hard though, about 600 health shaved off him. Jamto just using that little position on the defilade to poke up and have a crack at him, but those guns are turned towards that little lightweight, but he's still stinging like a bee.
Nice play there by Jamto, really nice. Just keeping Nuclear tracked, and for Rafik just to annihilate him with that heat ammo. Great play, and Team Supreme now down a tier 8.
All right, Rafik set up way in the back corner here. The M44 can shoot quite easily over that rock. And this is much better from noMERCY. They're pushing down towards those islands. They could set up here, but they do need to be careful because Shanish and Phoenix are sitting back. And it's not often that you see that 5100 actually kept so far south on that defending team. Shanish can still do some work from that position.
I also want to see what Griffin does in that 4-1-6. I think this is now, for Team Supreme, a very hard game to win. I think the best way they can win it is just via the time. And they need to keep noMERCY at bay until that clock is so low that it forces noMERCY to make a kind of a late reactionary move.
No, FC Dynamo taking so much damage, pushing across that crucial health points on an IS-3, who's supposed to be a spearhead in those head-to-head engagements. But Griffin still has his vantage point up on towards that top of that rock. He hasn't taken any damage yet. But that might not be the case for long. noMERCY now with a slight lead in terms of health points. Jamto trying to get on towards Applewell, and he's pushed right up forward towards that rock. And yes, pretty much from north to south, these teams, bit of a no man's land in the middle of the map. They are just setting up, and it's great to see noMERCY up at that southern island, but it's what they do with this. It's how they push off from here that's going to be critical.
I think they don't even need to push off from here. I think they can just rotate around or just use those 3 useless T-54s right now to push and take down Applewell. And they also come from this side, which you can see Shock, Matt PL, and Eevee come from.
This is what we normally see. That team does push off the island to try and get the overmatch immediately on towards Phoenix. But who else is watching? Shanish is on reload. That's going to hurt Team Supreme right now because Phoenix has to deal with those 3 lightweights all coming towards him. Griffin will be able to assist from the hill, but will it be enough time to get the damage done? Neevy's going to have to pull back. He gets a shot towards Griffin. It was a good change in target selection, but Phoenix is still standing, and noMERCY taking a bit of damage after that push.
Finally, Fussy Eater and Jamato actually decide to push up the hill. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Matt PL, and I think Eevee should have just committed and taken down the IS3 sitting around there, Phoenix. Now, this is actually going back in favor of Team Supreme. They still have the hill, they still have Phoenix alive, and because Fussy Eater and Jamato were so slow, Apwao can just control these T-54s. He's got them on the leash, and Shanish as well, you know, still full HP. Maybe you're going to see Griffin and Shanish mobilize. Phoenix can just be the bait. You have those 2 push around, and you know those 3 tanks there are just out of the game. If
Phoenix can absorb a hit from these 54 lightweights, then Shanish could seriously do some work. In fact, he could probably kill all 3 of those tanks if he was given the freedom to do so. As you said, Jamato and Fussy Eater kind of fluffing that initial push up towards the hill, and now they're being forced to act. Fussy Eater wants to push across. No, he doesn't. He just wants to take a free shot from Shanish, and that man will gladly take that opportunity. Phoenix is still low, but he's getting the proxy spots on towards Neevee, and he knows that Shock and Matt PL can't be too far away, but the capture has begun.
Ooh, also shots coming out there from the artillery. Ron trying to connect onto Fussy Eater. As you mentioned, pressure now on via Lucky Blast in the cap. And I think, you know, Shanish reload is indicative of the fact that Team Supreme know they need to make a last, last movement to close off this game. Yes, okay, they are missing a tier 8 tank, but they're doing pretty well. And as long as they can commit the right tanks in the right place, they have still a good chance of winning this round.
This is kind of cool, actually. noMERCY have set up a bit of a crossfire. Those 54 lightweights in the bottom will be able to see any tanks pouring down the hill to try and interrupt this capture. Matt PL, though, is still watching up on towards that corner. And Eevee and Shock are just sitting tight here, so noMERCY may be trying to create the illusion of a bit of a crossfire situation here, but Griffin's pushing straight across as well. He's going to try and get down there and interrupt this one. He's only got 10 seconds, and now Team Supreme, they have to act. They have to do it quickly. Griffin doesn't want to have to sacrifice himself here, and those 54 lightweights are in a great spot to spot him as he tries to interrupt the capture. But Apwao, he might be able to get up and behind. He has to commit to this one, and Team Supreme, they've run out of time. The base has been captured, and noMERCY have done it.
Unbelievable. I don't know why Team Supreme didn't just man up and actually do anything. FC Dynamo just comes chunking off that hill and gets obliterated. That's, you know, that's just a little bit of cowardice from Team Supreme costing that round, and you know, that cap is the way there for noMERCY to win. Big game from them, and something we didn't expect to see.
It was a bizarre game.
It was strange.
Absolutely bizarre. I guess it probably started even from the way that the setup was for noMERCY. It was really defensive. I liked that they went towards the island, and you said they didn't necessarily have to push off, and they did. Would you have rather to see them just sort of sit there and watch towards the hill, or do you think it was an okay idea to come off and push?
Well, they ended up being... It ended up well for them. I think the big mistake was that Neevee didn't just commit onto Phoenix and take him down, because that would have been 2 tier 8 tanks down. I think as well, you know, committing three T-54s or maybe even 4 up into the hill would have been a good idea. But I think it was an equally good idea. And at the end of the day, Nuclear going down was the biggest mistake from Team Supreme. I mean, the absolute arrogance of just trundling an IS-3 onto the hill like that is just truly incredible. And props to Rafik for hitting that last heat shell into the top of the IS-3. I mean, that often bounces. And, you know, that actually wins them the game in many respects. 1 tier 8 tank down, 1 IS-3 down, and you suddenly are in a position where you can't decap. You can't be in a position where you can actually get any kind of reset or angle onto some other tanks in the cap.
Yeah, well, we saw there just on that clip, Neevee just sort of opting not to try and push on towards Phoenix. He was concerned, I suppose, about Griffin up on the hill in the 4-1-6, but maybe unwittingly, maybe on purpose. You can see here, those 354s have actually set up a fantastic crossfire for Supreme to push over onto the cap. We haven't seen this yet before, at least I haven't in the games that we've watched, and it's worked out so well. See, Supreme, what happened here? It's just a brain fart. They just no idea how to proceed.
No, they don't. They're just completely lost for words and lost for action. I mean, at the end of the day, Team Supreme could have just pushed off the hill because the T-54 doesn't necessarily penetrate the shots. Not good penetration. Accuracy is also questionable. Reload isn't particularly great. So Team Supreme should have just got an IS-3, pushed it off, and got the reset. But they would have probably lost anyway. So, you know, it depends if you actually want to go for that movement or not.
So we spent the first 5 minutes before this game, bashing on noMERCY, essentially saying that we didn't expect too much from them. We expected sort of noMERCY to roll over the top of them. This changes things a little bit now as well, because it seems like Team Supreme, while as good as they are, they're just not used to what noMERCY are trying to pull on them. They just don't know how to respond. They're in uncharted territory, essentially, and they've just faltered there when trying to sort of counter that interesting strategy.
But also, you got to remember this. The defensive side of Mines is the harder side to play because you're always playing from behind. You know, the attacking side can get the hill, they can get positions, they got pressure on you before that countdown time was even hit 0. So losing against Penta as well on the defensive side, I mean, Team Supreme, they just kind of went for a too obvious tactic, and also being at a disadvantage at the start is not particularly great. Let's see what they can do on the attack at least.
All right, as you said, Supreme will be attacking, so they'll be spawning up in the north. This is, you know, for them, they can sort of push onto that hill. They can take control. They can push onto the hill organically. You know, it's almost expected that they will be able to get up there. And they're going to run with some a bit of a heavier lineup, a little bit of an assortment, as you'll see in just a moment as we jump into game. Oliver, what are we seeing here?
Nice little assortment. It's all sorts of tanks here. I3, T32, 251, triple T54, and a T37 from Supreme. So quite a lot of damage there, but also a little bit rigid in many respects. Double IS3, triple T54, AMX 1390, M44. Only real interesting pickup there is the AMX 1390. Pretty brave, but some good burst damage, and you know it can really start to wear down those T54s, especially when you consider that Team Supreme doesn't have any autoloader to counter it.
This is an ideal start for Team Supreme, though. They've gotten onto that hill, they've got their tanks up there, and they have taken no damage doing that. So quite often you see the defending side set a bit of a firing squad against those tanks as they sort of push up, but this time noMERCY were a little bit slow on the uptake, only had those 2 IS-3s there to receive. Griffin's got to head straight back on down, and Jamto's just going to fluff a shot on towards him. More crucial opportunities to cause damage going out the window, and Applewell will make Jamto pay.
I love that. You know, it was straight away, as soon as Griffin comes off, he misses, Jamto misses, and Applewell's there to pick up any kind of shell he can make into Yamato. So great play there by Team Supreme. Always covering each other, always having the angles, and really knowing how to play Mines. But FC Dynamo, got to be careful playing that 2-5-1. It's, you know, it's a very weak tank in many respects, and it really won't absorb any damage. So he's just got to make sure he goes unspotted, and if he does that, he should be okay. But Yamato receiving another shell, and 2 shells, and he's already down to half hit points.
As I said, that's half the hit points of one of the biggest tanks on the side of noMERCY. The tank that they really need to be able to soak up damage, and his capacity to do that has been reduced quite significantly now. And Applewell looks like he wants to push up towards that hill now. Griffin's setting himself there. Might try and orchestrate, I guess, some form of push off the hill. I mean, you know, FC Dynamo and Phoenix were taking hits, so of course it's hard to be up on the hill and take shots without actually receiving some damage in return. And Applewell, speaking of, gets hit pretty hard by that BL9 of Shock, and he will get onto the hill.
But Team Supreme are now setting up for an eastern side push. Interesting that they're not going for the west side, probably quite scared of that AMX 1390, which will be able to do 2 or 3 shells before you've even got into position that you can actually kill it. So the western side, the eastern side, I guess, is the best kind of attacking route for them, considering as well that Nuclear and that T-32s on the hill protecting these T-54s.
We are seeing a lot of missed shots here from noMERCY, but Shanish will still get across, even with those 2 IS-3s looking right at him. That means that Phoenix and Griffin can avoid the IS-3s and push straight in towards Nevi, but Nevi's there with his 54 lightweight. Fussy Eater isn't too far off as well. It's a 2v3 scenario right now, and if the Supreme can just sort of keep their numbers high, they should be okay here. Great shots off from the hill as well. Fussy Eater was a little bit too far towards the back, and he gets taken down. But Lucky Blast and Matt PL, the cavalry has arrived, but Matt PL's getting chunked straight on down. It's like that moment in the movie when the hero arrives and then his horses gets cut down straight away. But no, Supreme still have to back away a bit there. New players, new tanks have joined the battle. Shanish and Griffin are a little bit worse for wear.
Also, it depends how quickly Ron can take the Yamato. Great little play there from the T-37. SC Dynamo and Nuclear need to go onto Shock. It's going well for Team Supreme.
Absolutely. I mean, Shock is going to be in big trouble there. Shanish is still alive and able to use his gun however he likes. And Griffin is going to be watching for Lucky Blast to push down. noMERCY seem unwilling to try and push onto these 2 lightweights. And so 3 light tanks are going to be pinned by 2 from Team Supreme. So elsewhere, that's creating even more of an overmatched situation. Nuclear can assist from the hill as well. Puts a great shot towards Lucky Blast. He is low. Nevi is low. And Matt PL is on reload. That's 3 tanks that are, well, close to gone.
That's the thing, you know. I think it was a good position and a good movement from noMERCY to actually go to the right side here where the cap is in normal game mode. But then the thing is, Nuclear's hold down a T-32 on the hill. And that basically puts noMERCY in such an awkward position where they could overmatch and they could kill the tanks if not for Nuclear.
Great position for him to be in. One of the star players of Team Supreme and always performs. Lucky Blast finally goes down to Griffin there, but Shanish also dropped MatPL and Nevi. And MatPL is off reload, but there's a lot of tanks coming straight towards him. Nevi's left to fight his own battle up here against Griffin. He might just get the better of him. I think his reload is a little bit faster. Not sure. He's not going to take the shot, actually. And FC Dynamo's going to come up from behind and deliver swift retribution. It's 2-1 in favor of Team Supreme, and that was definitely a convincing performance from them on the attacking side. Yeah,
they made the right side push work. It was actually a masterclass. Obviously, when we saw noMERCY attacking, they also tried a similar kind of tactic where they were pushing up the right side, and it didn't work out for them. We saw how the 5100 of Shanish could just make so many shells onto the side of those T-54s before they could get in position. But the thing is, because MatPL and the MX-3090 was defending that left side, they didn't have an autoloader ready and waiting to take those T-54s down. So they basically got forwards, which wasn't particularly great because the commitment from MatPL and the MX-3090s, Jamato, Nevi in the T-54s just going forwards, trying to take those down, doing some good damage, doing some good work. But then you had Nuclear on the hill with a T-32, just basically keeping the whole map locked down. He could do anything in that position.
This is where noMERCY's weaknesses were exposed here. They left so many tanks towards the west side of the map, but these three lightweights got in, even after taking hits on those IS-3s, and made life really hard for noMERCY.
And I'm surprised that noMERCY hasn't really looked back at what Team Supreme does against other teams. Team Supreme love coming off the hill. They love going for those aggressive pushes. And I'm not sure if they're doing this next round, but they're a team that can win by playing aggressively, like we can see here, case in point. But they're also a team that can play defensively, where they let the other team make mistakes and they capitalize on them.
So what are your thoughts here as well? Because we saw a lot of those light tanks over towards the island side, the western side of the map, and only the duo IS-3s up on the hill. Is that an overcommitment of resources to the wrong part of the map? Do you think that maybe there were better spots for some of those noMERCY tanks?
I think if noMERCY wants to go for that west side, they need to take a leaf out of Kazna's book, where Kazna basically have positions on the map on mines where they just put tanks to basically lock down the map and then use their two LTTBs to basically flex around the map and actually to do the real damage and the real pressure. So I think if you want to take that west side, you need to take the LTTBs. You need to be going far up the west side so you can shoot the tanks that are actually on the hill or sitting around the hill. But they didn't, and they got punished for their defensiveness, their kind of passive play, I guess you could call it.
And noMERCY struggling with this as well, struggling to come up with an answer to the offensive strategies that Team Supreme are bringing. But it's time to see if they can maybe rewrite the history books and make this a 2-2. Team Supreme definitely would love a 3-1 result coming out of mine. So let's jump in the game and see what we've got.
So a similar lineup from Supreme, but they got your RU-251 instead of, I think it was a T-54 or... I don't think he had a 416 in the previous round. But anyway, they're pushing up the hill as we would expect. I mean, if you're on the attacking side, in my opinion, it's just stupid not to get the hill. Especially having those fast light tanks. Same start from noMERCY. No MX-30. Oh, they got the MX-3090 as well. MatPL playing that one. Double IS-3 as well. T-54s and the T-37. I'm not sure. I think you can almost guess that Team Supreme is going to be picking up the T-32 and maybe an IS-3. I think Rafik has done a good job in the artillery. So if I was them, I would just pick that artillery up, but he's going for the T-37.
A little bit more flexibility maybe for noMERCY. And as you said, you would like to have seen noMERCY come a little bit further up here towards that western side of the map and have some shots at the hill. So Rafik maybe just trying to pave the way for that to be a possibility later on in the map, but it's only that one 1390 piloted by MatPL over on that island there as well, apart from the T-37. So noMERCY not really giving themselves the greatest amount of capacity to do that. And it's actually Ron is going to be pushing over towards that island on his T-37 eventually. So we might see a bit of a head-to-head there.
So what Ron does up in the A4, I mean, all he's saying is, okay, so we've seen it before, like teams are going really aggressive on the right side, just pushing around, coming from behind and shooting a lot of the tanks in the backside. He sits up into A4, protects them, makes sure that doesn't happen. Once he knows that aggressive push isn't coming out, he can do whatever he wants. And it's going to be basically defend his IS-3 and his T-32 from that western village.
You know, it's not often that a T-32 driver is confident going up against an IS-3. But Nuclear just went straight towards 2, put the shot in and said, I dare you to have a crack at me. And they both backed off.
Yeah, man, that guy is absolutely insane. One of my favorite players, and a guy that's actually, you know, gone through a lot and come out the other side kicking, and can hold his head high against the likes of Breakneck, against the likes of noMERCY Show. Obviously, Apo and Shanish and his team, some of the star players in World of Tanks. Now, Phoenix, Griffin, kind of heading back up to the hill. I think in general, Team Supreme a little bit questioning what they want to do. They are scared of Matt PL and AMX 1390. Otherwise, I think they would have gone for that A1 area. Matt PL as well, spotting the T-54s heading towards the right side. But I think, you know, Team Supreme still has 4 minutes and 18 seconds left on that clock, and they have so many options. What they look like they want to do, of course, as we could see in the last round, is commit to that right side, go for those T-54s, and you can see immediately Matt PL and the AMX 1390s getting ready for that. All
right, so here's that Eastern push that we saw early on as well. The 254 or 354 lightweights, should I say, heading out in that direction. Matt PL has pulled himself back here, so he will be there to receive the push. And this is good from noMERCY, learning from that last round and being a little bit quicker on their maneuvers. But what else will happen over at the middle of the map? That's even what we're interested in as well. The T-32 of Nuclear will still sit on the hill. He'll jockey back and forth. Except that 251 is actually coming off the hill. This could get ugly.
Shani's just getting a lot of damage there, 412, but maybe even going for the cap, or Griffin just going to go straight across the middle. This is so ballsy from him.
Shot on towards him. In fact, it was 2, but Jamto's now going to get replied onto. It's a lot of damage coming from the firing squad of 54 lightweights. Nuclear, though, is also assisting from the hill. Nevi wants to come down and get behind Griffin, but there's always a tank watching him no matter what direction he comes from. Shock is getting hammered. Jamto's down to a 1-shot as well, and Griffin is going to be able to get away if he can get the shots over towards... And he does. Towards Jamto, I was going to say. And he does, and he's going to use Phoenix just to shield him for the moment as they go head-to-head with Shock. The 1v1s, it's just the mechanical prowess of Team Supreme shining right now. Fussy Eater and Lucky Blast, Matt PL, the only 3 main tanks left, and they're well back at their base. And it's going to be time for Team Supreme to regroup and push on.
I love that Griffin Phoenix play. I mean, Phoenix just offering the backside of his tank to basically have... Phoenix offering the backside of his tank to have Griffin go hold down.
Matt PL, his turret's actually busted as well. We can't really turn it that well. He might have got it repaired, but it's going to get jumped on. That AMX 1390 is deadly in the head-to-head. So much front-loaded damage, and he's just going to be able to jerk around Nuclear here, but he's run out of bullets. He's run out of time. He's run out of health as well, and Lucky Blast and Rafik are the last 2 standing. Rafik's off towards the island. Lucky Blast awaits his fate as Phoenix pushes up in towards him, and Team Supreme, they've done it. Bit shaky in that second round, but this is definitely a strong showing from them on the attacking side.
I think this one wasn't particularly unbelievable for them. I think they made a few mistakes as well, but as you said, the mechanical skill is so unbelievable that noMERCY simply has no options, and walking away with a 3-1 scoreline going into the next map.
Great work there, of course, from Supreme. I want to recreate a little bit as our replays sort of start coming up, how that actually happened, because this is a great way for you guys to watch at home and on how Mines is played and how the game itself actually sort of played itself through. Supreme, first of all, they went towards the hill and they took that. And we could see that there was a lot of sort of investment, I guess, towards the Western Island for noMERCY. And what we saw, Oliver, is that Supreme weren't sure where to go, and then they made a decision. What was that?
The decision was very obvious. It's going to the eastern side. It was really the adaptation from where they were in the previous round when they were attacking, where they went straight towards the capping area in normal random battles. But instead, they just went for those IS-3s. That's the incredible part. That's what made them win. And again, Nuclear being on the hill, just being a turret, just being able to shoot everything was fantastic work. And it was kind of a bait, you know. At the end of the day, noMERCY expected Supreme to do the same thing twice because they spotted those T-54s on the rotate. They didn't, and that's where they got caught out.
Yeah, well, there was also slight tweaks in the strategy that sort of changed things up. They did push out from the eastern sort of village, and yeah, we saw Matt PL was sort of recalled premature, well, not prematurely, but earlier this time back towards the base. And you can see here, this is that initial push. So Jamto and Shock were always going to be there to deal with these 254s. But there was more as well. Shanish off towards the side. And they, look at that, like flies to a light bulb, those 254 lightweights trying to jump on Shanish while Nuclear was doing the damage.
Exactly, that's the problem. Like 2 versus 1 when they had more hit points. And Shock also missing a shell onto Griffin gives Griffin basically a second chance. You know, Griffin has 9 lives in this game or something. And you can see that play there. Phoenix and Griffin the back of that T-54 acting as a hold down platform for Griffin to shoot over. Absolutely fantastic work from them. But yeah, as you said, you know, FC Dino from behind, the two T-54s going forwards, they just wanted to take down those two IS-3s, and they managed to do it. They knew they could stay safe from nuclear. It was a pretty scrappy round. I mean, you know, Team Supreme weren't that far away from actually being taken out, but just really, really instinctive, quick, aggressive play from them gave them a good showing.
And they traded health really efficiently in towards those sites. And you're bringing up Phoenix, obviously using his sort of the back of his tank to let his mate hull down. What's more, you know, and it's one thing to block damage from your opponent towards a teammate that's low, but it's another thing to block that damage while still allowing your teammate to fire.
Exactly.
And your teammate is sitting there just hoping you won't block his shot. You know what I mean? Like he's trusting you here, because and if he's going to take a shot and you're sort of defending him and you move, and you know, you can even be shot by your own teammate if you're not sort of coordinated. So that's just beautiful, nuanced play. It's the little things. It's the 1%ers from Supreme that really carried them through here. I mean, what are your thoughts? With noMERCY now with that one round on the board, Supreme looking strong. What are your thoughts as we head into our next break after break?
Well, we haven't seen either of these two teams on Lakeville. We haven't seen Lakeville at all, pretty much. Only one round being played on this one. 2 rounds being played on this one. So I'm really curious. Obviously, they would have both practiced it, I imagine. I mean, Supreme almost certainly has noMERCY as well. I think Supreme will win it, but it's one of those maps which something totally strange and unseen can actually bring you a couple of rounds.
All right. Well, Lakeville is coming up next, but before that, we're going to go to a quick break. So jump up and down a bit, get a cup of tea, and when you get back, we'll be into our next map. Don't go too far. We'll be here when you return. Welcome back, one and all, to the WGL EU. It's match day 2 of week 3, and so far, Supreme is showing a lot of dominance over noMERCY. Perhaps no surprise to us.
No, they're absolute beasts on mines. They only lost one defensive round, which is maybe not too surprising. As I said before, it's quite hard to defend on mines. It's not a particularly defensive-oriented map. It likes to have people going forwards and being aggressive, and it rewards you for that. So it's good to see it in the overall map pool. I mean, of course, we lost Cliff when we got mines in as a kind of replacement. You know, some fresh blood in terms of maps. But, yeah, it was a good first few rounds.
And as you talk about mines, we are seeing a real diversity in terms of tactics. That second attacking round out of noMERCY was excellent. The way that they played that, we haven't seen it before. They set up that crossfire on that western side of the map. But after that, on the defensive side, they definitely seem to struggle.
It's always a very brave thing to do to go for a cap. As we've seen so many times before, even on the kind of maps that have been tried and tested over a season, you know, season 5 and at the grand finals, to go for caps is still a gamble. Whereas on the new maps, it's just complete insanity. So a massive props to noMERCY for doing that one.
And as you say, new maps, of course, Lakeville is coming up next. And we've seen 2 rounds on that one so far, both in which the attacking team really, really struggled to make inroads. They're just sort of trying to push into the city on the eastern side and then just got decimated.
Yeah, they went early aggression, trying to do some damage. But even when they took down the T-54, it was still not enough to win it, because as soon as you have that western side, you have the higher ground, the middle road as well, especially. I mean, the middle road is the access to the whole map and to a lot of information. It's so hard to win, but let's see if we can see maybe one of these two actually pick up at one of those attacking rounds. And
a good chance for some new things to come in as well. We used to see this map actually back in Australia when we actually had our World of Tanks games. And what we saw was teams would really favour those tanks with good sight range. The team on the attacking side pushing from the north would almost set up a Pershing, would set up a Pershing or another tank with good sight range sort of on that middle road and spot the enemy tank sort of moving across towards that city. But it's a different map. It's definitely a different format to what it was back then. So it'd be interesting to see what changes we've seen. We've seen 2 pushes on the western side be completely unsuccessful, have sort of not work. We're going to have to see something different, I guess, from it'll be Team Supreme on the defending side, on the attacking side, should I say. Yes. So chance for something different. One
time I saw in the Russian league where the attacking team won, actually they came up from the 1 to 3 line, the slow road.
Oh, the Lemming Valley, we call it.
Exactly, like the slowest, most annoying thing ever. But they managed to win just because they went for the cap. They had the hold down as well. But it's going to be tricky as the attackers spawn all the way over towards the right side. You have to do so much to get over towards the left.
All right, it's time to say hello to Lakeville. All right, and as we said before, it is Team Supreme in the red attacking noMERCY, defending here. And the overlay will trick you. It's Team Supreme actually with 3 rounds on the board. So what are we seeing here early on? Team Supreme, are they trying to sort of change things up a little bit, try something different?
Yeah, they've gone for an artillery, which I think is a good idea. I mean, having played a Lakeville quite a lot as an artillery player, especially in that middle area, it's a good shout because you can actually force people out of their little defensive kind of holes. Now, they've also gone for the IS-3s, AMX 1390, you know, a pretty solid, heavy lineup. And they know, considering that really the right side's the only option, that they need to get those engagements right. They need to get the damage and the hit points to be able to make them happen.
Ron is piloting the FV304, that British artillery there. Very quick, very speedy, and has a stubby gun, so it can sort of has a good elevation on that gun as well, so it can shoot up over some of those high walls and outcroppings. We're seeing this little strike force here from Team Supreme pushing up towards Shock here, and he will take the shot. He won't connect it, and he'll back on away.
And the LTTBs are from noMERCY are actually rotating immediately. Ice is going to be hard. I mean, seriously, this map is just so hard to attack on right now. I mean, you've got the Charioteer as well. That gun is just ridiculous, like 6.5 seconds, maybe even less reload, 390 damage. It's the same gun sported on the Tier 10 FE4202, the British Tier 8, British Tier 10 medium tank. So it's an absolute beast. And if you can make it work for you, especially in that boosted position, it's going to do so much damage.
One of the few tanks of that tier that actually has a rotating turret. Look at that shot coming in there from Ron, though. He's connected on towards Shock and put him very, very low, down to 325 hit points. Team Supreme slowly but surely are setting themselves up here. But as you said, the double LTTB combo and the 54 lightweight are pushing through Lemming Valley, and they've gotten through. And now it'll be interesting to see what they try and set up here. Phoenix is going to get aggressed on towards here, but can Team Supreme turn their heads and stop this push?
Oh, but you also got the MX-30. No mind it, Shanish just being able to pester those LTTBs that are pushing onto Phoenix.
Phoenix having to try and get out of dodge here. Those two LTTBs coming towards him, and Navy as well. He's going to get overmatched very, very quickly. noMERCY trying to take the fight straight to Phoenix, and he's going to get blown up here. It's an interesting tactic, one we haven't seen before, and Shanish can only look on in horror as his teammate is disintegrated.
And the problem was that Shanish was actually shooting onto Shock in the IS-3, which basically meant he couldn't protect his T-54 buddy. But still, I think Supreme now have some decent positions. They can push forwards, and those LTTBs are still, well, they just went unspotted, but they are in a position that they're very obvious to counter, and also the cap for 3 tanks is underway.
What an interesting spot for that Charioteer set up on the hill, but he hasn't been able to connect, and he doesn't have a good view of that capture circle yet. He can only really look at Applewell and that T-32 of Nuclear, so not a lot he can do from there, and Shanish is happy to brawl head-to-head with Navy here on that middle road. He's going to be forced on to reload, and this is where the 1390 can really struggle. Navy is super low, and the base capture is complete. Team Supreme pushing in on there, and we said Lakeville is hard to attack on, but noMERCY just completely flabbergasted by Team Supreme setting up, pushing on with 3 tanks, and winning the round.
Unbelievable. That cap was so fast, and even with those LTTPs coming charging in, the information from Team Supreme was...
It was bizarre.
Fantastic.
It was a bizarre round.
It was weird, but it's Lakeville. Like, we have literally no idea how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, so like we saw that the Charioteer being picked up for Fussy Eater managed to put 725 damage down. So it's not bad, probably not as much as he would have liked to do. But it was interesting that his position made it so we couldn't really interact with those tanks of noMERCY that were capping. And committing the LTTB and that lightweight to the other end of the map, was that really a wise choice for noMERCY, or could they have used him to try and stop that cap?
I think they were too slow killing Phoenix, and they should have gone for the cap. The problem was that they had to deal with Challenge at some point. Nevy was there. He managed to do it eventually. But at the end of the day, I think they should have just gone straight towards the cap, maybe even pick up an artillery. And, you know, Ron in that FV304, he's like the guy no one's ever talking about. But he did the second most amount of damage in that game, hitting almost 1.2k just behind Chanish in that AMX-1390. So he did a lot considering that tank, what, does like 330 damage, 320 damage per shell?
But that's but this is where the LTTBs finally get onto the cap, and they push north. And as you said, it kind of took a while for them to take out Phoenix. I think it was who got jumped on.
Yeah,
you could see on the minimap there, it was 3 seconds to go when those the LTTBs were still in the middle of the city, way out of position to really assist. And we've seen LTTBs be so effective on so many of these maps. Kazna Crew, a great example of a team that has really used them well. Probably a bit of a throwback to them getting trounced by them at Worlds, but that was probably not the most effective use of them. Yeah, sure, they got an overmatch on a 54 lightweight and took him out. They even committed an extra lightweight with that little pack to try and deal with him. Strange.
Maybe they didn't expect that T-54 there, to be fair. I mean, Phoenix was so not out of position, but in a position which you wouldn't have necessarily expect him to be in. I think Team Supreme, they could have done a little bit better. I mean, I think the IS-3 is unnecessary. I think you can have a 110 there because it's just there to provide frontal protection, you know, against Shock in the IS-3 and anything else that's coming from the front. You're basically just trying to bounce shells from tanks that sitting up in the higher ground. I also thought that, you know, you mentioned the Charity, I thought that was pretty useless, all the way in that boosted position just to shoot the tanks that are coming around. But you can't stop that eastern cap, and you've got to rely on your LTTPs. I think he should have come off there and used the speed to get on the middle road to help Navy and also to get the decap. And
most of the time, or at least the other 2 times we've seen Lakeville played, those tanks pushing onto the cap, we saw the 2 IS-3s and the T-32 of Nuclear. By the time they get to the cap or into a position where they could cap, from other teams we've seen them already decimated, already one-shots, already just getting hammered. So you've got to hand it to Supreme for actually getting into that position while taking a minimum of damage.
Yeah, they were great. I think they had a really good grasp of how to play Lakeville as the attacker. Now, we got a different lineup here from noMERCY. I like the fact that they got rid of those 2 LTTBs. They've replaced it, though, with Rafik and a T-37. Personally, I would have gone for an FV with that fast reload just to make sure that you can actually get the reset if you get put into an awkward position like that. Looks like Team Supreme are going for very much the same, and I think they will actually execute the same tactic twice, because I don't see how noMERCY can win this.
Ron was so sick as well.
Yeah, he was unbelievable.
And I mean, that, you know, around K6, K7 is really open area for defending tanks to sit. So what a beautiful adaptation to this map to really, you know, punish teams for sort of being out in the open there. Now, this is oftentimes where we saw the fight happen the last few times we've seen Lakeview. You can see noMERCY have pushed themselves up here in towards the city. They look like they're trying to go for a bit of a head-to-head brawl there. Navy is coming up. Nuclear took a little bit of damage here, and noMERCY really want to take the fight to Team Supreme.
I actually like this. I think as the defender, you've actually got better positions going forwards into this attacking line.
All right, FC Dynamo still untouched as far. I mean, Yamto takes a bit of a hit there, and here comes the push. That's a big shot from Ron. He's doing so much work right now, even in the cityscape. The guys from noMERCY have nowhere to hide. Dynamo takes down Yamto. Now Shock left on his own because his mates left him to push up. That 54 lightweight's going for it. Nuclear still alive, gets a shot towards Shock. Shock has to push back, but look, here's Fussy and Nevi coming around the corner. But Griffin and Applewell was set up in those top houses to receive just this kind of push. noMERCY are walking into a trap, and they have no idea.
FC Dynamo might just have to try and reverse, actually. I think as long as... I'm not sure. This is bad in terms of hit points, but noMERCY are going forwards. They are getting the kills.
All right, so noMERCY very low. Ron doing work there. Shock gets hammered by Shanish. Shanish has got a few in the chamber as well. Nevi's going to be chunked if he tries to go towards him now. Shanish will get taken down from the middle. I think that was even Rafiq helping with a bit of damage here. It's only about a 300 hit point advantage, and Team Supreme have less tanks than noMERCY. Maybe, again, the best defense is a good offense.
Ooh, and Ron's also spotted, and he might even get taken down.
No, he's trapped himself.
But I think Apple and Griffin are being super slow and kind of not particularly fast to the important parts of this map, and I think they do need to start getting into this game and winning with those hit points.
Griffin now has Nevi looking straight at him as well, and it won't be long before Shock tries to join that particular fight. And he knows he's got to back around that church and just wait for a bit of reinforcements. Applewell is still at full health. He is looking good, and he's now coming up to assist. Ron, against all odds, is still alive, although that T-37 is going to be coming towards him. We'll have to keep up to date with that little engagement. Shock goes down, though, and now it's starting to even things up. It's just Nevi and Rafiq, and Nevi's the only heavy tank in that city, and Applewell wants blood.
He's just going to try and take him down, and obviously Rafiq wins that engagement versus Ron, but Nevi loses out.
Applewell trying to get the ram kill. That would have saved a lot of time because Nevi's going to get an extra shot here. He will put one over towards Griffin. Griffin now down to 81 health, but it's just Rafiq left. noMERCY have dwindled to such an extent that Rafiq just has to try and turn tail and run. Sure, he can kill Griffin 1-to-1 if he gets the first shot, but Applewell is a very healthy IS-3, and he'll be waiting for Rafiq to walk into his jaws.
But actually, this is okay for noMERCY right now. They can still do this. Because Rafiq can take down Griffin in one shell, and obviously the T-37 is so much faster than the IS-3s, the only real option for Team Supreme is to go for the cap. So Rafiq just needs to be in a position where he can decap, and he can take one shell from an IS-3, and it should be okay. It looks like Team Supreme are actually doing it pretty good though as well. They can see the time. They know they don't have to go for that eastern cap. They can just go straight towards that western one.
Rafiq isn't spotted on that middle road. He's going to get some free shots towards Applewell, and now he's lit. And he's got to duck behind that rock. Yes, a little display, a little bit slow to update there. But Rafiq, now they know where he is. He's kind of stuck behind that rock. What's the go from here? Do the IS-3 start loading HG and peppering him? Can Rafiq get out? He's going to try anyway.
Oh, nice little shell there from Griffin. He's probably done a lot of damage this round. You can see here, Rafiq is using the coated optics, 10% extra view range. That's really giving him some good options. But, you know, the thing is, he's now a one-shot. Rafiq had one shell he could absorb before, you know, it's really game over. He's taken that shell, and now even if he does go for the reset and does get the reset, Griffin and Apple won't miss, and they'll take him down.
Rafiq's ammo rack was damaged, and he was forced to repair that one post-haste. Because obviously the hallmark of that T-37 is being able to fire very, very quickly. The cap has begun with 2 tanks. Those 2 IS-3s are set up on there, and Rafiq has no choice but to come forward and meet his maker, or at least face his destiny here. I mean, can he... Is this possible, really? I mean, I know he can kill Griffin here, but is there enough cover for him to maybe draw this out for long enough, or is he just going to get jumped on?
Well, Team Supreme have guessed correctly that Rafiq is not going to come from the middle, obviously, and he's going to come from either the west or the east. So they got Apoel in front. Now, 15 seconds left on the clock, 2 minutes and 17 seconds, which is plenty of time. You know, this is really going to be hard for Rafiq.
All right, Rafiq is going to be looking for Griffin. A little bit more of a poke around the building will reveal that IS-3. He's got to connect. Oh my God, the rear end of Griffin was poking towards Rafiq, and he still sprayed it. Another shot that he hasn't connected, and he won't even be able to get the decap because Griffin has turned his tank around, and that pike nose of the IS-3 is going to deflect those shots. Rafik has fluffed his lines, there's no doubt about it, and the cap is completed by Team Supreme.
That's why you pick an IS-3, and to be fair, they prove you wrong. The 110 would have almost certainly got damaged there, but it didn't because it's an IS-3. But Rafik thought, Rafik makes so many mistakes. He saw that Griffin was aiming towards the middle area. He should have just aimed to the track and got reset, and then ran away again and come from a different direction. But it was so much hard work. Griffin also managed to miss a shell or hit the track. And, you know, Rafik was really in a bad position. You know, he had his back to the wall. And, you know, good job to him that he managed to get that far.
Yeah, I mean, he did draw it out for quite some time. And this is obviously that lone T-37 of Rafik moving out. And, you know, we heap a lot of blame on Rafik as well for shanking that one. IS-3s do have some good armor on the sides. It's spaced armor. That's why they can side scrape so well. Rafik obviously was last man standing, but can we deconstruct and maybe think about, you know, what led to that occurrence? Because, of course, there was a whole team that was supposed to be with him that fell early in that city fight.
Yeah, noMERCY saw that artillery's been picked up for the second time in a row, and they knew that they could just push in and get the overmatch in terms of combat tanks. But, you know, with Griffin and Apoel up and towards the north, they had the higher ground. They could just peek, make the damage. And I think noMERCY's brawling ability is slightly worse than Team Supreme's. And the hit points just don't go in their favor. You can see the whole of noMERCY to the left, on the lower ground, Team Supreme's on the right. And I think that T-37 should have been there in the brawl as well to do some damage. So just some little mistakes that don't give noMERCY any room to breathe in that situation.
Credit to Rafik. He actually did more damage than any of the lightweights on his team did, as well as an IS-3. In fact, that's pretty telling if Yamto can only get one shot off before he gets disintegrated there. So a disappointing result. This is sort of Rafik. This is that last push here. So he's still half health. Probably only one more shot from an IS-3 will take care of him. He has time here to go and try and get the reset. Yeah,
he's got plenty of time, and he does well. This is a good position. It's one of the more unpredictable positions. Apoel's got the right side towards where the church is, and he's just coming from a different side. But he bounces that shell. He has a second chance because Griffin fluffs his shell as well. He bounces that one, and I think Rafik is either using auto-aim or just not aiming particularly well because he's under so much pressure. And he's shooting the turret, the most unbelievably strong part of the IS-3, and obviously bouncing.
That's right. Obviously, for those who don't know, auto-aim will actually center your cursor at the center of the tank model, not a weak spot or anything like that. So obviously, Rafik had the opportunity. A shot into the tracks would surely do some work. Be unfortunate if it was absorbed and did no damage, but he was scared. He was concerned. But if you look at that clip, both Apoel and Phoenix, I think it was, or one of the players, Griffin, had their heads turned away from him.
Yeah, they were aiming towards the middle.
And the traverse time of an IS-3's turret is fairly lengthy. So
it's a solid piece of metal. They don't weld pieces of metal like the Germans did. They just basically cast one solid turret structure, which is it's so heavy and so cumbersome that it just doesn't turn particularly quickly.
Absolutely. Rafik would have had a chance to put a shot into Griffin and back away, come from a different angle and continue to reset. It was conceivable, I think, that they could have managed to win that one out, but that's the way it goes, unfortunately. Sometimes things don't quite go the way you'd like them to. And this puts, of course, the guys from noMERCY in a little bit of an awkward position here, of course. It's match point 4-1 in favor of Supreme. It is, isn't it?
It's 5-1.
It's 5-1.
They've lost.
God help me today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
3-1, and then 4-1 they won the first attacking round, and now 5-1 they lost the second.
One kappa equals one prayer. There was, of course, Supreme winning that one out 5-1. We did see 2 rounds on Lakefield. All right, so that one's done and dusted. Interesting result. We would have liked to see noMERCY pull a few more back there. It's a bit of struggle town for them right now. That puts them to 0-3. Supreme go to 3-0, conversely. I mean, improvements going forward for noMERCY. I mean, if they hired you to come on as their super World of Tanks guru and oracle, what would you be telling them?
I think, first of all, they shouldn't take that win to heart because, let's be honest, it's Team Supreme. When you're looking at all your matches, I would cross Team Supreme straight off as one I'd lose, and I'd look at other games to try and win. If you can just, bring your A game, play well, and maybe actually get a tiebreaker loss or maybe even a win or a tiebreaker win, you're going to be laughing. But at the end of the day, noMERCY, they did some good tactics. They tried some new things. I thought their lineups were good. But just many of the 1-versus-1 situations, the brawls, the firefights just weren't in noMERCY's favor. They don't have the experience, don't have the players yet. And that's where Supreme were going to win time and time again.
All right, so as you can see on your screen, our next match coming up is going to be Kaz the Crew going up against ASAP. Kaz being 1-1, and ASAP obviously 0-3. Actually, this is the second game they're playing this week because we had a bit of a reschedule. But I can't wait to see how that's all going to go down. And you can see it right here, of course, when we get back, because we're going for a break. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to you here from the
Literally.
ESL studios in very balmy Cologne. It's it was almost 10 p.m. What's the time now? It's late and it's still
half 9.
hot. And everyone here is complaining about the heat, but it feels like a normal Australian day, a winter's day even to you. I am Mitch Leslie. Thanks for joining us. I'm here with Oliver Maxfield, and now we are 2 games into our 3 of the night. We've seen some really interesting results. We definitely spent a lot of time unpacking that noMERCY versus Supreme game. Definitely one for them to take away. Definitely for a lot of teams to look at how to play on mines, especially some cool little innovations there. But unfortunately, noMERCY just a little way off being able to take it to teams like Supreme.
Yeah, Team Supreme, they've got players all the way from Season 1 when it was known as the WOT Pro League. So it's a massive discrepancy in terms of experience. And as I mentioned before the break, I think noMERCY can be pretty happy that they actually got it pretty close on a lot of rounds, and even managed to take an attacking round off Team Supreme. So altogether, a nice match, and I'm really looking forward to what both teams can provide later on in the season.
And now as we look forward to our last game of the night, we see Kazna Crew going up against ASAP. ASAP in their second game of the week, obviously having some reschedules, so they're doubling up this week. They're going to get a week off later. I mean, 2 teams that maybe haven't yet shown us their full potential. We know what Kazna Crew can do, but they sit at 1-1 for this season, and ASAP 0-3.
Yeah, ASAP has been up and down. It's been down a lot and 1 up against Rocks. They were 4-4 in there. I mean, it was a great match. You got to go on our YouTube /WGLU and actually check it out because it was fantastic. I mean, Tornado Rocks, it's a team that almost won against Virtus Pro, also got to the tiebreaker round and then lost that one. And we got on to Ruinberg. ASAP was on the defensive side. They had the right lineups. They had the right positions. And then they just threw like 3 tier 8 tanks in the drain. And they managed to win it. And it was a fantastic match.
It was a very, very close one. But it's important to know that despite how close that game was, out of the 6 maps that ASAP have played, they've only actually won rounds in 3 of those, and 80% of those wins were actually against Rocks. So if you put that in perspective, we've really only just started to see ASAP actually start doing work. Their first 2 games were, I think it was a 5-1 and a 5-0, so it wasn't pretty for them at all. They've definitely had the short end of the stick. They're a new team, obviously, coming into the league. A lot of them are from Romania as well, so players that have been following Water Tanks for quite some time. There are some names that we've seen before, but now obviously banding together to join a more nationalised team, I guess you could say. Yep. It's good to see. We'd like that kind of diversity. We like to see, obviously, a lot of teams in the European Union throw their hat in the ring. But this game especially is definitely not going to be an easy one for them.
No, we got Kazna Crew, the European champions, the reigning European champions. It feels like last year where Kazna managed to beat School Bus in the finals. Of course, that was in Sofia, Bulgaria. Fantastic event. We had the grand finals after that where Kazna took 4th place. So you're talking about, first of all, the top 4 team in the world, and in my opinion, they should have beat EL Gaming and gone into that finals and got 1st or 2nd, but they screwed up. Those M41 Bulldogs are the real reason. I'm telling you right now, Hyber. But yeah, I think Kazna are an amazing team. But at the same time, if we look back at last season, they were so up and down throughout the whole online phase. It was almost like they just turned up the matches and won purely based on their skill, rather than actually planning what they're going to do in each match.
And as a result, their entry into those finals was actually, they weren't up at the top of the ladder. They sort of just scraped through, and then they shocked everyone in Sofia, Bulgaria with some amazing games, especially the game against School Bus there to clean it up was just so impressive. Even the Muravanka play against Virtus Pro was amazing. So look, this is a team that, again, has shown inconsistency with their, what we like to call land dragons. They're not really, the online doesn't sit well with them that much. They're a real team that feeds off having one another sitting next to you. I mean, the scenes from the grand finals as well with Vetso just leaning over his monitor and screaming, and the rest of his team, like Palauda, just hanging off him. Like, these guys are incredibly passionate group of players. It can give rise to some errors and sort of tilt mentalities, but Hyper is one of the most well-established tactical minds of global world of tanks, in my opinion. They took down Synergy as well. Kazna dealt with them quite easily. Kazna have not had an easy start to the season, having to play Virtus Pro and then Synergy, but to be 1-1 after that, you can't be complaining. And
they completely shut Synergy down. They went away from that match 5-1. I mean, we thought, okay, this is going to be the match of the day. And like 45 minutes, an hour later, we were just sitting there like, what just happened? They got absolutely smashed. 5-1, an amazing scoreline. As I said, not even letting Synergy into the maps. Against Virtus Pro was also pretty close, but just on steps, Virtus Pro were just too good, too aggressive, and Kazna didn't have any answer for that one.
That's right. So we're not going to have to see steps today from Kazna Crew. It's definitely never been a map they've been super confident with, actually. The first map today we're going to see from them is going to be Ruinberg. All right, Ruinberg it is. Arguably one of Kazna Crew's favourite maps. Their stats have been excellent even last season. They were very strong on an on and offline. But what are we going to see from these two teams in the early part of this round?
Well, first of all, the colours are the opposite way around. Obviously, Kazna Crew are supposed to be blue and ASAP's supposed to be red. Of course, ASAP on the defensive side first. But a pretty aggressive start there from Kazna. But I think it's a pretty standard tactic. You're trying to get that 0 line straight off the bat.
So Kazna Crew have seen so many times that they will head up towards that 0 line and often expect to go head-to-head with the attacking team, or the defending team, should I say, of ASAP, who try and put tanks up in that top corner as well. They won't find them here, but this is going to give Kazna Crew a really good vantage up on that road as well. It's not going to allow ASAP just to set up in the middle of that city and push out. It's definitely going to make them think twice about the way they try and peek over towards that eastern cap.
We haven't actually seen Kazna Crew playing on the attacking side on Ruinberg. We've only seen them playing on the defensive side versus Synergy, so I'm not sure exactly what they're going to provide, but it looks like they're taking the leaf out of many of the other teams' books as Elian just makes some shells down towards CFAS and Spezian. Now, the interesting thing, I guess, mentally is the fact that has ASAP actually, taken that loss against Rockstar Heart where they had the advantage. This is actually the side they lost against Roxon with pretty much the same lineup. Let's hope that they haven't, and let's hope they are continuing to go forwards into this match with a healthy mindset as Kazna look like they want to set up for that right side and get the Eastern Village.
Hybrid a little bit injured there. He was spotted as he sort of pushed across. Nice. Quick little boost to Easney so he can get up in the window.
Beautiful boost.
I don't know if I've seen that before.
No, I haven't seen it before.
Brilliant. So simple and yet so effective, surely.
CFAS is going to get wrecked on the cross. Oh, he didn't get spotted. That's the problem with the i3. 360 meters view range, I believe.
It's not big.
Just not a lot. And you're never going to pick up coated optics on it anyway.
There's no point. You need gun lane drive. You need vents. You need all that sort of stuff. So FK Schnitzel now set up in the middle of the city. He's going to get some good spots towards Valalea and Cephas and actually not take any damage as a result. So good information being passed back towards Kazna Crew. And they've done well with the early trades as well. Cephas was hit by a blind shot up in the Eastern Village. And now FK Schnitzel causing some, just being a bit of a pain in the butt for ASAP here in the cityscape.
ASAP, in my opinion, they're a team that once they commit to one action, they're very good. Once they go for the Northern Cap, they are actually a deadly team. They have not been particularly good against, for instance, Utopia when they go for that Eastern side. But I think their best bet is the Northern side. They are starting to get some pressure up there, and I think it's going to work out for them. But they got to be careful that they don't just drag themselves out. They don't let Kazna Crew drag themselves out and actually start to get map domination and control. I
love this spot from Isna. He can actually see a lot more than players in his position normally could. Normally you see the IS3 one street across to your left, sort of closer to the city, but he's now in a position where he can look even in towards that middle village and get some spots. Now, this little strike force here for ASAP are heading in towards the city, and they might try and construct something there, but the base capture is underway, and Kazna Crew have a lightweight just behind Vetso that can get involved with great shots as well from the 5100 in the middle of the city. There's Eurofish. One will bounce off Insane, but he's going to take a bit of damage and be forced to back around. And so tough, and now it's kind of tough for ASAP to really look out. But wow, he's on fire. There's the strike force, and Eurofish, he's in deep trouble.
Yeah, Eurofish is down, one of the top players for sure from Kazna Crew. Did so much damage in that game against Virtus Pro. But anyway, I can see what ASAP are trying to do. They're trying to get in a position to actually decap, because against Utopia, all Utopia did was push in the cap, and they managed to get it without a single piece of damage done by ASAP. Awkward. It was the most awkward game I've ever seen. Obviously learning from their mistakes.
All right, Panachin there in the 5100. He's got a good spot here to get some shots down towards that cap, and Vetso trying to back away. He'll cop one in the side, and he knows he needs to turn the tank around and get out of dodge, but it's a good responsive shot coming out towards Panachin as well. Hyber is chipping in, and so was LD Nexus, so that 5100 going super low. Great shots, but he still will be able to pick up Vetso. Kazna Crew down 2 tanks already, but the health points definitely in the balance. ASAP are all quite low, and Nexus will finally respond and pick up Panachin. mentioned.
Yeah, that was a bit overcommitment there from ASAP. I don't think they need to do that. And Elian's going to win this engagement surely against Alexander.
Oh, he still had 2 in the chamber. No one goes head-to-head with Elian and comes out unscathed. Valalea will pick up the pieces there, but that's already now caused him to have to commit towards the city, leaving only 3 takes here for ASAP out in the open. Yzne is in a practically unassailable position right now. To dig him out of there, ASAP literally need to get on the southern side of the map, and that's not somewhere they're going to be able to get to right now. Hyber, though, he is up in that top village. He's looking at Spetsian. He's going to put some shells into him too.
But the thing is, it's 4 versus 3. Oh, beautiful there, play by Hyber. Great individual play, bouncing that shell. And that's really given him the opportunity to take down Spetsian. Hyber's not a one-shot either, but he's got to be careful of Valier and Insane there in the background. But still, it's 4 versus 3 and 3 IS3s are still alive for ASAP. It's going to be very hard for Kazan to win this one, especially considering they've got 2 minutes. But that makes it a little bit easier.
Brilliant. Hyber actually able to avoid the shot coming from Valalea, and a LD Nexus chipping in and getting that kill as well. 3v3 situation. Kazan crew, it's a close one. It's damn close right now. And Valalea just sitting behind that little building. Can't really interact with anything that's happening over on the cap. None of ASAP's tanks are particularly healthy. The same can be said of Kaz the crew. It's got to come down towards individual skill. This is as good as World of Tanks gets, and Hyber doesn't start things off too well. Cops a shot from Agorni, does manage to reply, but that IS-3 is still looking reasonable, and he'll be able to take out Hyber with 1 shot.
And Yzne's actually certainly trying to get into the battle right now. It took him so long to get in there, but when he does, this might be the game over. But Valalea with a great movement onto Hyber.
Nexus now forced to back away. Yzne now having to deal with Agorni, and I think it was Insane as well. Valalea now freed up to move around on towards LD Nexus. He does take him out. He is low, of course, Valalea after that push, but Yzne now having to deal with 3 tanks. ASAP have managed to pick Kaz the crew apart at the seams. Yzne wasn't able to contribute to that fight, had to trundle his way up the road, and couldn't get it done. Great start from ASAP up against the European champions. Really well read in towards Kazna's play. Got close. It wasn't easy. It was a dirty game, but at the end, the Romanians come out on top.
It was amazing that Kazna crew could actually get back into that game, considering it was 4 versus 3. Hyber doing such a great job there. Nexus doing even better of a job in his T-54. But as you mentioned, Yzne being out of position was the problem. He was sitting up there being not distracted, but pinning down Agorni. He had to get off there and get into the village a little bit faster. Otherwise, you know, we saw what happened. Basically, the IS-3s, with all the damage they have, can eventually just kill the T-54s, and Valalea and the T-54 just coming around flanking and also taking them down was great. But, you know, I think this is the point where I thought, oh, this is bad news for Kazna crew. ASAP have all the angles. They've got the middle road covered as well. And considering you saw, who was that in the AMX 5100?
Eurofish.
Eurofish getting taken down pretty much for free. Yeah, not a good start.
No, it was interesting how ASAP used that sort of strike force of lightweights and LTTB, maybe a lighter tank, to sort of just jump on him. He had literally every gun on the map pretty much turned towards him, Eurofish, at that point, and he went down. And that was really, really important damage that now was not available for Kazna crew to draw on. This is where things got really tight here. It was still a 4v3 scenario. The health points were quite similar. And Hyber's actually able to avoid this shot from Valalea, I think, initially. And we're thinking, okay, it's looking pretty good, especially
Nexus takes down Spetsian.
Yep.
Great.
But then what? I mean, it's a 3v3, but there's still an IS-3.
See, the hit points are pretty close as well. But Yzne's still in that hold-down position. Why? I mean, he can just come off that one. I guess that's the problem, you know. That position is great for defending the middle road, but how do you get off that position? Because you're going to be reversing onto a platform, higher ground, where the IS-3s can just shoot at you and take you down. So Yzne is stuck in such an awkward place, and he really doesn't know what to do, and he's a bit late to the party when he does.
We were singing his praises for you know, coming up with that spot or using that one. I think it definitely has its uses. Mid to late round, I think that you know, usefulness of the spot starts to dwindle a bit there. You know, you're an IS-3, so you by default you want to be involved in those brawls. You want to be getting in your opponent's faces. Yeah. It was a great spot, as you said, to pin down Agorni. But you need to be doing more if you're going to put your tank in a position where he can't actually get shots off in those fights. I'd have a look at Yzne's stats, and I probably wouldn't be impressed there. So a good idea, a quicker rotation off there would have been important. But I think Kaz the crew's failings in that map can be pretty well summarized as lost Eurofish too early, far too early, and Yzne was out of position. Apart from that, it seemed fine from them, but they just weren't able to make ends meet towards the end of the round.
They didn't expect ASAP to actually rotate, and maybe that's the problem there for Kaz the crew, because as I said, you know, against Utopia, they didn't go into the cap. They didn't have the positions. They were too slow for the Eastern Village. So they've obviously thought, okay, how can we fix that? We can rectify that by having a nice strike force come around from the side, like a lot of other teams have done, and actually get the reset from the middle road, from the F line. So, yeah, some interesting maneuver by Eurofish there, but it does cost his team, in my opinion, a hell of a lot.
Let's see if Kazakru can make amends for that one. They are on the attacking side. This is obviously their last chance to pick up a round. And if they have a strong defense, bear in mind, everyone at home, that this is Kazakru's preferred map. This is one of their absolute favorites. And it's one that they pride themselves on being strong in. And they've got to show us a little bit more. They've got to dig a little bit deeper to bring things back. Have we seen any changes in terms of lineups and tank picks here, Oliver?
No, they're going for exactly the same thing. FKK in that T37, who, by the way, was the highest damage dealer in their game against Synergy. So kind of surprising that he's actually picking up the T37. And then you got AMX 3090 T54s at IS3, AMX 5100. Same goes for ASAP, same lineup, same tanks.
All right. Cephas set up. This is playing out very, very similarly as to the last round. And the shots are coming out, some of them blind, some of them with spots to back them up. A fair bit of Kazna has been spotted in that bottom corner of the map, that K0. This time Cephas, no, this is almost playing out exactly the way it did last time. Cephas does take that hit. Spetsian is tracked up as well. They don't have the spot on him, I don't think so. It's all blind shots from here. And it looks like he's there, wants to get in position again to get up onto his spot.
So I think Kazakru is seeing, okay, it was actually the way we played it. It was our execution that lost us that last round and not the actual tactic, which is, to be fair, true. You can see Eurofish isn't being so aggressive. And also maybe ASAP saying, okay, we can do the same thing twice, because they're doing exactly the same thing as they did in the previous round. And the only difference is they're doing it like 20 to 30 seconds more quickly, which is totally understandable and totally normal when you're repeating a tactic.
I understand the position on that middle road is important for that 5100 to hold, but right now, Eurofish isn't in a position to really assist with anything that happens. If there's any spontaneous sort of fight that's started by ASAP, Eurofish is really going to have to hot-foot it to one of those sites where he can start taking shots. This time, LD Nexus is actually in the middle of the city, and they've actually left FKK Schnitzel out on towards the field. So a little bit stronger presence for Kazakru in the city. Maybe going to be helping to prevent Eurofish getting jumped on like he did last round.
Cephas just shot that that vehicle, and Nexus was in a position where you could see the shot. So he knows the T-37's around the corner. Pressure's also on towards the right cap for FKK Schnitzel. So what Kazakru are doing is basically saying, okay, we know ASAP's going to do the same thing twice, and we're just going to counter it, but that puts a thorn on their side, because now ASAP knows that Kaz is in the city.
That's that inter-round adaptation that, you know, the best players of World of Tanks display. And FKK Schnitzel just moved on to that cap really as just a bait. He didn't take any damage. There was no resets, but he's just decided to push off now as Kazakru start to make their second little machination, I guess, towards trying to capture either one of these bases. Now, you can see Spetsian and Nagorny have been drawn up here towards the cityscape, despite that cap now only just being restarted. So they're going to be watching those two corners, fairly standard spots for those IS-3s here. What will Kaz and the crew try and do to change this up?
So Elian and Vetso, right, they're in the perfect position to take down a Gordy in the IS-3. There's also, well, actually there's T-54s behind, so they've got to be careful they don't get spotted. If they get spotted, it could be really bad news. But it looks like ASAP are going super aggressive up the zero line.
Kazakru's forces are split right now, and ASAP are just trying to strike with force towards the heart of Kazakru's forces here. Ilian going to have to back away off that undulation here as Valalay or Z Alexander come straight at him with blood in their eyes. Vetso looking to try and get a shot as well. I don't think he connected that one here. And those 254 lightweights of ASAP are going to get into this position relatively unscathed. Ilian is low. He's very injured right now. Vetso takes a shot from Z Alexander now. Kazra are losing out in the damage battle overall. You can see they're just not trading effectively into this position at all. It's such a strong spot that ASAP are in with these two lightweights.
Such a nice movement from ASAP. They really, really did the right thing there. They predicted that Kazakru with a couple of the tanks would be out of position, and they just commit a lot up and towards the south. But the thing is, now they've done that, they've put themselves in an awkward position because Yisni can shoot across, and really they're not doing much with their advantage.
All right, Nexus and Hyber looking for Insane here. If they can get rid of him, they can start to close the net on the rest of ASAP's forces in the middle of the map. Insane has a shell primed. You're looking to land it onto either of these two tanks. He knows he's in trouble. He just wants to try and hold them up for as long as he can. And he's doing a good job there, but Isner will get the final shot on towards Insane to clean him up. And now Vetso's going to get pushed on towards by Valalaya and Z Alexander. FKK Schnitzel's trying to get out. He's just trying to hold him up, trying to do something to stem the bleed right now. And Kazakru elsewhere over the map are mobilizing for this. Z Alexander will get the pickup on FKK Schnitzel, but ASAP now have to turn their attention towards the northern and more central side of the map. Isner, though, he might be in a little bit of trouble in a moment.
I think Eurofish is in a lot of trouble. He's just driving through the middle of a field with a 5100. It's basically as easy as shooting a barn door. But Yizny is just about keeping him alive, but he gets set on fire.
That is, honestly, that is kind of like Eurofish. We've seen this from him a few times. He's definitely featured in a few blooper reels. Now, Yizny, fair enough. He can have a few shots at Alexander as he backs away and a Gorny and put some damage on towards them, and that's good. But once they get towards that cap, it's going to take him a while to be able to get off and contribute. So it's working in his favor now that ASAP are sort of setting up in the field a bit, trying to use that undulation to protect him. And Yizny has to get into position to contribute.
Yeah, Hyber and Nexus really have to take care of Valalea. I think they have to actually get out of the cap here because he's just going to be able to pester them.
Well, there's the shot from Hyber on towards Valalea. Nexus misses his, and you can't afford those kind of mistakes. Kaz have made plenty of those in this game, and Nexus is actually going to take another hit from Valalea as well. It's not effective trading into these fights, and Yizny's going to get some side shots towards him from Z Alexander. He's going to be on his own as well, but ASAP aren't capitalizing on that fact. Looks like they're just trying to regroup towards the middle of the map. Oh,
big damage onto Nexus. And you can see the T-54s are really going to start to struggle against these heavier tanks, but they're doing a good job. Kaz, when they're put in these situations, even when they fail tactically, they still stay in the game in terms of their individual ability. Nexus just distracts Zed Alexander, and that has allowed Yizny to get into Eastern Village.
All right, now Hyber and Nexus, actually this is an incredibly important position. They're holding that middle road. They're preventing a Gorny, Spetsy and a Panatra from crossing, and he easily picks up a Gorny. This is where Kaz's individual skill, the mechanics is going to pay off on them. Panachin, he's got a full shell of autoloader shots, and he's not afraid to use them. Hyber tries to get a shot on towards Spetsy, but he's going to get chunked down. Not before Easy chips in, though. This is what Kazna needed from him last round, and it's not too late for him to make the difference here. Nexus shot on towards Panachin. Panachin has 3 in the chamber, and he's missed them. He's got 2 left, and Nexus is just sitting tight. He's completely fluffed it. He screwed the pooch, and the Alexander is the last man standing. East and Nexus are still on their feet, and they're going to be coming for him.
Alexander's just, where is he going, man? And there's not Alexander the Great, it's just Alexander the Late.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So we'll see what happens now, 2 versus 1, but it is game over, and well, we see ASAP walking away with that win because of the time. Obviously, the defender has the advantage because if the clock actually goes down to 0, the game ends and the defender wins.
I just wanted to see, like, while you were still carrying out your analysis, if you could keep the grin off your face because you know you just made a call. Normally, if that happens in the office, I'd be like, wait, like, I think that was appropriate given the context of the situation. But the real story here is that Kaz they managed to hold on there. Really, yeah. It was really impressive from them, but time ran out.
Yeah, 3.2k down by Yizny. I mean, in that first round, he was questionable in many situations. He made up for it in that second round. Truly incredible. This is where, in my opinion, ASAP won this round. That overmatching towards the south side with the 2 T-54s and the damage they do with the AMX 5100s in the middle, truly incredible. They were very late actually going in and doing damage. But when they do, they manage to basically control that whole south side. And that really takes a lot of the bite out of Kaz bark.
Absolutely, and as excited as we could get sort of about what they were doing in those final moments, Z Alexander just managed to get out. It didn't really matter where he was going because he was keeping his team in the round. So really, really well played from ASAP. As much as we were singing the praises, as Tanks players, we just like to get excited when we see like, good tactical adaptions.
Yeah,
but
that's great.
It wasn't Alexander, it was late. It was Kaz the Crew. So unfortunate for them, but ASAP winning both defense halves on this map. We've got a game on our hands.
We've got a great game on our hands right now. This is absolutely fantastic.
Try not to swear, Ollie. Okay.
Sorry, bro. I didn't swear. Maybe I did. I don't know. Sorry if I did. But, you know, this is really good. If we had another 30 seconds there, maybe another minute, Kaz Crew would have won that round. But they you almost had that one.
It was the quickest brow wipe I've ever tried to pull out.
I've never done a brow wipe in my life, so I wouldn't
really?
know. No.
I can't help it. It is warm here. It doesn't take much.
It's unbelievably hot, by the way.
But, I mean, Kaz Crew, I think we even got the winning wipe that came up for Kaz Crew at the end of that game as well. Yeah. It was ASAP that won that one. Yeah. So just to make sure.
2-0 to ASAP right now.
But what I don't want to do is get 30 seconds towards the end and be like, oh, well, it doesn't matter what Kaz Crew do now because they're in trouble. But nonetheless, now they're going to be on the defensive side as well. And Kaz Crew, they've got a lot to prove. They've got a lot to prove to themselves and their fans as well because this is their home ground. Ruinberg is definitely a map that they've been confident on for a long time. And ASAP are beating them at their own game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the grand finals, Kaz Crew went against the Russian teams and did well on Ruinberg. That's the thing, you know, if you're doing well against Russian teams on Ruinberg, you're doing something right, because the Russians played Ruinberg a lot in their online stage in Season 5, and the Europeans didn't. The Europeans were playing more on the kind of Muravanka, the more Prokhorovkas, and Cliff. But yeah, I mean, they did well, and it's definitely not good to see them now 2-0 down, even on the attacking side.
Well, as you said, we're going to see a second map regardless here at least. So it'll be interesting to see how, you know, ASAP's choice factors into this one as well. Obviously, Kazna chose Ruinberg. On the defensive side now for Kazna, so they have to worry less about, I guess, sort of trying to tease onto that cap a little bit. I think despite the cool little things that they showed us there on the attacking side, it lacked, as you said, they lacked the bite to match their bark on that one.
Yeah.
It was kind of gimmicky, it was cute, some of the things, but they really weren't hitting home. They really weren't, you know, clearing out ASAP. They gave them a lot of room to move. It was chaotic and messy, and they got to fix that.
And as I said, Yizny doing 3.2k damage. 3.2k damage. That's over 2 IS3's damage. So it kind of gives you an idea of how little some of the other tanks did on Kazna Crew. But 3 seconds left until we get into this round. Looks like both teams are picking pretty similar tanks. Of course, we got the switcheroo where Kazna Crew are defending.
All right, so let's see what they can do here as well. I'll try to ignore your rhyme there. Ruinberg, it is, of course. Kazna Crew in the blue. Starting from the north, are defending, and ASAP and the red are attacking. Let's see if do we have really much changes in terms of lineup. It looks like Kazna Crew going with a fairly similar approach.
Yeah, it's pretty typical Kazna Crew. They like to stick to their guns. They don't like to try new things they don't have to. So ASAP going for that initial play where they're trying to get some damage. Obviously, that doesn't work out. Kazna Crew trying to get some proxy spots, or maybe even just take down Cephas because he's got protection from the right side from that T-54.
Wow, Alien gets that LTTB bounce that we see every now and then. Valalea's shot skitters off into the distance, and Alien getting right up close and personal with Cephas. Really wants to shake him out. If you're now Valalea and Panachin are drawn towards the top side, Cephas now is just going to start to get hammered. But ASAP are mustering their forces for a push on towards that northern cap, and Kazna, they'd better be ready for this.
That's definitely a bad decision because Eurofish, Yizny, and FKK Schnitzel there are ready and waiting.
There we go. Alexander goes down very early. Spetsy moves out into the open, exposes himself to 3 different locations of fire. ASAP, again, throwing their big tanks just down the drain. Spetsy is lucky to get away from that one. He's going to push up in towards the houses. He wastes the shot firing on the move and won't have one immediately when he tries to get to grips with these 3 Kazna players. What a mess that play from him was. And ASAP are pretty much given themselves no opportunity to bring this back now.
I think Kazna Crew saw that ASAP really doesn't have any potential to go to the eastern side as a team. They knew that they'd go up north, and they were prepared for that.
Of course, you know, ASAP, brilliant. You know, managed to get the jump on towards Alien there on his own. But now Vetso and Nexus going to be waiting for the push out on towards the field. Isne and Eurofish, FKK Schnitzel are also up on the hill. There are so many places that Kazna can cover here. They're leading by almost 5k hit points, and this is a bloodbath. Kazna are writing their name in it.
They're just going to go straight in. Vetso, LD Nexus, you also got the LTTB of Hyber from behind, who, by the way, is absolutely insane in that tank.
And Valalea and Panachin both turn their turrets to try and deal with Hyber on the LTTB, not even thinking about Vetso coming straight up from the field. ASAP look like a completely different team, and not in a good way at all. Valalea, now, he's up against it. He's up against almost the entire lineup of Kazna Crew. This is an absolute
316 damage using HE.
Wow. This is an absolute slapping, and Valalea is going to get chunked. He's going to go down, and Kazna Crew are going to bring it back their first round in one of the shortest rounds we've seen today. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, ASAP, they hurt me sometimes because I just get my hopes up in them. I was like, yeah, these guys are the real deal. And then they go and do something like that, and I think, well, what happened? Why is there no coming back from them? Why are we seeing 2 different facets of this team?
Yeah, I think that one was the facet of not realizing that they can get counter-strat, they can get anti-stratted. Kazna didn't even move their tanks basically from where they spawned. They had the 2 I3s up north, FKK Schnitzel in behind with the AMX5100 to provide good firepower. And you just see one IS3 get melted immediately. Spectian takes a lot of damage, and you can see the HP already massively in favor of Kazna Crew. It's basically game over. They do a last-ditch attempt in the middle to try and take down the LTTB, but it's too little too late, and you know, Kazna Crew walking away with only 1 tank down, of course, Alien and that LTTB. So yeah, good prediction from Kazna Crew. And ASAP, as a team, they need to work on the eastern play because they can't go for that north because it's too predictable.
And as you said, they gave themselves away with their tank picks as well. Kazna could see that there was no way that they really had the capacity to work on the eastern side of the field. So they just set themselves up to defend a northern push. A really one-dimensional attacking strat coming out here from ASAP. I mean, and Kazna just jumped on them. That kind of stuff, the cheesy, gimmicky stuff, is just not going to work on a team like Kazna. ASAP can go back to their roots, just play Kazna's game better than they do, like we saw on both of those defensive rounds from them, and they should be fine. But this is not a great start at all.
No, well, they're still leading 2-1, but Kazna Crew look like a good team on the defensive side right now. If I was ASAP, maybe that northern push is still a potential, but don't push all the way in towards that village on the northern side. Just stay in the cap, use a 110, put it in front, and go for that capping maneuver, and then have tanks stay back to deal with whatever's going to come around from behind, because Kazna are that team that utilizes those T-54s and the AMX-1390s, but really the ones that are actually doing all the plays is Eli and Hyber in the LTTBs. Those are the guys that actually win the rounds for Kazna Crew, even though they're the ones who do the least amount of damage. And
it's funny you should say that, because in the first game that they played this season, we go, why is Eli on a lower tier tank? Why is Hyber not, on a higher tier tank? Why is a newer player in FKK Schnitzel was sort of, we thought he was promoted and they were demoted, but we started to understand that the real crux of Kazna Crew's strategy is using those two LTTBs to strike simultaneously and really mess people up. It's great strategy. It's new. We haven't seen it before, really. We've seen, I guess, the foundations of that from some Asian teams. But these guys are really starting to develop that, and it's looking great.
It's good because they learned from grand finals with those M41s. I was outside, when they were having a smoke after the loss against EL Gaming. They were like, and I was like, guys, why'd you lose that one? I think you lost it because you didn't take the LTTB, and they did. And they were like, no. It's all about the Bulldogs. Not a single Bulldog's been picked this season, basically, by any of the teams. So, yes, it is about the Bulldogs.
And Ollie gets his last laugh. But Kazna Crew, they'd like to have theirs as well. I mean, they've got to start by winning this round and then being strong on our next map here. Lineups-wise, it's 3 IS-3s, 5100, 54 lightweight, 2 LTTBs. It looks pretty much the same on both sides here.
Yeah, and Kazna doing the same thing twice. Now, we can see the setup is a little bit more one-dimensional, as so many shells just go towards Eli and none of them actually connecting. If even one of them does, he would have been in a little bit of trouble. And I guess that's the problem with the LTTB. You do struggle to penetrate the IS-3s, as Vetso does receive one, and he's got to try and scamper out of there.
Vetso climbing up towards that village here, and for the most part, ASAP are happy just to sort of base themselves in the city here. We're not seeing Elian go super aggressive towards Cephas as we did earlier on, and he's going to be free to sort of pull his way out of there. But despite probably about 20 shots of him being fired this round, only one is connected, and that has been on towards the unwitting Vetso. Elian just wanting to do a bit of a canvas of this top side of the map, and he won't quite spot that strike force of ASAP, and that's quite telling here. If they can push out with those tanks fast, they can really take Kazna Crew by surprise.
But Elian's just expecting that. He knows, he's thinking, okay, so the IS-3 is in the middle trying to shoot Vetso, trying to shoot Hyber, trying to shoot me. Let's just sit up towards the north, because eventually ASAP are going to have to come from that direction with at least a couple of their tanks. Now, the big problem here for ASAP suddenly is that Alexander's been spotted by Hyber. That's a great spot, by the way, through the buildings. And it's really obvious what they're going to do. They're going to push around, and generally this is a problem ASAP has. They're good when they're going for one objective, but when they start stretching themselves out, they're very, very easy to deal with. And, Kazna Crew should have this game if they keep themselves cool.
Both the IS-3s of Spetsian and Z Alexander, as you said before, have been spotted as well as they start to move up their inner road. And Isno was lying in wait, center shell, right in the direction of Spetsian. But now Elian going to get pushed onto now. This is, I mean, yeah, you said he was expecting this push, but he kind of just walked straight into it there. He got impatient. He was back in that corner. It would have been a great spot to receive it. But now Valalay is coming forward, and it's only the skeleton crew of Eurofish there just holding the top side of the map, and ASAP are pushing forward in numbers.
Yeah, but that's a big problem. It depends if Valalay is actually going to do any damage onto the back of Yizny.
As Alexander gets a shot from behind, FKK Schnitzel going to come around and unload that 5100 towards that IS-3. He's going to get taken down. Isne finishes him off. Now Z Alexander's going to get jumped onto as well. Hyber even coming back from the distance to chip in. Z Alexander trying to use the undulations of that grassy area to avoid being shot further. But the damage has already been done. ASAP are being chunked right on down. They've got a strong presence in the north, but Kazna could just regroup their forces and push up and dig them out.
And Eurofish is probably going to go down for his trouble, but the IS-3 does so much damage that he's done enough just to keep his team in this.
He stayed alive quite some time, and Yizne managed to pick up Valalea as well.
I think
so
he's
that
live
push.
This.
Yeah, he might.
I think he is. He's just a beast.
Gordy's just going to pull on out there. I mean, Panachin's just going to be happy to take him 1-1. But if I was Panachin, I'd be looking elsewhere on the map. Isne again dealing the fatal blow to yet another ASAP tank, and there's only 3 of them left on the map. Beautiful play for Kazakru right now. And now it's just about dotting the I's and crossing the T's and taking this one over the finish line.
Yeah, Hyber's just going to go 1 versus 1 against Cephas in the T-37. He should of course win it. But yeah, 3 tanks remaining, 5 tanks remain for Kazakru, should be in the bag for them.
All right, Hyber v Cephas. He actually sprayed his first shot, which was an ideal, and that's a high fire rate on the T-37, a little bit higher than Hyber. Almost with egg on his face in that one, almost going down, but insane now is where the focus is for Kazakru. All their guns train on him and his compatriot Panachin in the background, and he will fall. We're going to see an interesting scoreline here. Kazakru, I mean, we may not have expected this, but it's going to be 2 rounds apiece after Ruinberg.
And both on the attacking side. I mean, typically we see the defenders not being, I mean, in Season 5 it was like literally 50-50. The defenders win half the time, the attackers win half the time. But this season, the defenders had an easier chance of winning, which is true. I mean, we just seen there, Kazakru defends twice, they win. The attackers win, the ASAP wins twice on the defense as well. I got it the wrong way around. So, I mean, fair enough. 2-2 scoreline. I think ASAP's being very good. Completely different team than what we saw in their couple of other matches they played.
Absolutely. And ASAP showing us glimpses of what we saw between them and Rox here. And this is when, as you said, Z Alexander was spotted out. And Kazna knew they were pushing 2 IS-3s up from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they were too obvious here. I mean, really, they could just say, Kazakh could just say, okay, we're going to deal with these IS-3s. That'll be two tier 8 tanks out of the game. Eurofish, you just need to stay alive up there. And we can just rotate the LTTBs around to deal with anything. I'm kind of surprised that Elian actually pushed around the corner with that LTTB. I think he could have just stayed back and just waited for the inevitable northern push from ASAP.
Well, you know, if you truly thought it was inevitable, he may not have pushed into it there. Elian, a younger player, prone to hot-headedness, and maybe he just got impatient. It seemed like a really good spot to be in because he would have drawn all those tanks around towards him and exposed their rears to Eurofish and the rest of the team sitting up there. But this is when, obviously, ASAP had already made their push out towards those northern houses.
Yeah, I think this is already game over. You can see the hit points massively in favor of Kazakh. The 2 IS-3s have fallen. Eurofish doing a good job against Panasirin. And Vetso Hyber getting in the game with the T-54 and the LTTP to get the cap reset there. You could see it goes from 14 to 64. So nice couple of rounds from both teams. I mean, ASAP clearly still in this game, and looking like actually in a good position to be able to win the next map.
All right, well, as keen as we are to see the result of that, we're going to have a quick break before we get into that one. So, guys, don't go too far. We're going to see the conclusion of match day number 2 when we return. It's Kazakh against ASAP, and the map is going to be Mines. See you soon. Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WGL EU. And sadly enough, we are almost at the end of proceedings for tonight, but not before we see the explosive conclusion to this fantastic game between Kazna Crew and ASAP.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker. I hope it continues like it just left off on Ruinberg, where we saw a 2-all, a tie-up, both teams winning the defensive sides, not really having the potency to go forwards on the attacking side. But so far, it's been absolutely amazing.
Be careful what you say about Vetso's potency here. My own words afterwards. But you're exactly right. It was really close, and Kazna failed to follow through on some of their attacking strategies. And ASAP, to be credit to them, they held well. A team that, as I've been corrected, obviously 40% Romanian players, not the entirety of it. Definitely not super experienced, qualifying up from sort of the lower seasons, have been thrown into this melting pot of teams that are, some teams are overperforming their previous stuff, some teams are underperforming, but they're selling themselves well. They've had a rough start to the season, but I think things are looking good for them.
I think they're just getting better and better. I mean, a lot of teams get demotivated after even a couple of losses. ASAP going against Rocks, almost winning that. Going against Kazna, now tying it up 2-all. It's a really good result for them, and they don't look like a team that has got that many mistakes. They still have some, critical locations they need to be looking at. Don't drag yourself around the map. Stay concentric. Don't be too obvious with your lineups, that kind of thing. That kind of basic, easy mistake to see and diagnose and then fix. So I'm looking forward to what ASAP can do here on Mines as well.
Now, as you said, Mines will be the map. One where Kazna Crew has had a few cracks on as well. Seems like one that they're reasonably confident on and fairly comfortable. We enjoyed the play that we saw between them and Virtus Pro in that first play day. They definitely know their way around Mines here. And ASAP, when we first saw them in Mines, they were reluctant. They were slow to react. They almost refused to push onto that hill. They were quite easily scared off of sort of just going for the throat, and it really hurt them.
Yeah, I think ASAP needs to be going forwards. They need to be going for one objective. It doesn't matter if they're on the attacking side or the defending side. They just need to be aggressive and keeping Kazna Crew going. And also, the reason why they won Ruinberg is because they just made some good decisions. They made some good plays. Kazna Crew have tanks here. They can't have tanks here. Let's push there and let's see what happens. And they need to do the same here on Mines. Obviously, Kazna starting on the defensive side. A little bit worrying for Kazna. I mean, we've seen, obviously, Mines is more of an attacking side. I mean, in the previous matchup, we saw Supreme, getting taken down on one map there against noMERCY on the defensive side. So we have to see if this can actually be brought up 4-2 in favor of ASAP, which would put Kazna Crew in a very awkward situation and having to play that tiebreaker map.
And that's right. And it's not really a position anyone wants to be in. I believe it's Ruinberg today, though, our tiebreaker map. So it'd be interesting if we get a replay. I mean, Kazna at least get a chance to right the wrongs that sort of occurred to them.
Same as ASAP. I mean, they lost that game against Rocks on Ruinberg in the tiebreaker as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You're dead right. And Ruinberg, one of the favourite maps of our European teams, but Mines is definitely fast becoming another one of those favourites here. And it's less like Ruinberg. It's not so much a process of elimination, so they're here, they can't be there. It's fairly straightforward. Basically where teams are going to have their tanks, and from there on out, it's more a matter of execution. So we're going to be into this one. It's going to be Mines. ASAP in the red. They're attacking. Kazna in the blue, spawning from the south, will be defending.
So super weird lineup from ASAP straight off the bat. 3 IS3s, 3 T54s, and a T37. I mean, yes, we've seen an IS3 and a T32. We just saw it from Team Supreme on the attacking side. But this is super aggressive, and we'll have to see if it works. Clearly, ASAP's logic is, okay, so we know how good the IS3 is on the defensive side. Let's try and match that with a couple of our own and see if it works out. In my opinion, a good move. I think if they can get the hill, it will work out for them very well.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Kazna use their signature double LTTB strat as well. They're taking 4 IS3s. It's a very solid lineup. And you can see here, they're just starting to move up on towards the hill. They don't have the firing squad in place yet. IS3s, though, Insane and Spitsian look like they want to take to the hill. It's going to be a slow push. And here it is. This is where ASAP can stumble. They're a little bit slow on pushing. They're a little bit unsure. And I don't even know if they're going to try and take the hill.
And this is what I saw about Kazna Crew when they play Mines. They love to play that western island. You can see immediately, as soon as Hyber sees that ASAP are trying to get that hill, trying to get the peaks, Hyber's going to go into the western side. He's just going to constantly pester those tanks that are actually going on the hill. Velalair does get up there, but still only 1 T54 and ASAP are in a good position for Kazna Crew to take down and to try and react to.
I mean, you said it earlier today, you're you're silly if you don't try and take the hill as the defending team, and in ASAP's position as the attacking team. Sorry, and well, they haven't taken the hill. They've really set back. I mean, yeah, sure, Valalea got up there, but they don't have those IS3s really in position. I don't know what they're playing for here.
I think they're trying to use the hold down ability of the IS3, but Cephas getting caught out from the side by one of those IS3s. Now he's got to match up Vetso.
Well, that's exactly why Vetso was sitting there. Sure, Valalea will get a shot towards him, but it's a great finish by Nexus there to take down that T-37. And now ASAP really don't have the flexibility that Kazna Crew have. They've got a super strong core to their team in those IS3s, and they've got the 2 LTTBs to canvas the map, essentially. A lot of freedom, a lot of flexibility, and now ASAP have to go to plan B.
But the thing is, all the IS3s of Kazna Crew just turn their turrets to try and take down that T-37 of Cephas, obviously the team captain for ASAP. And that allowed ASAP with those 2 IS3s to actually get the hill. Spetsian opted not to go on there, but Insane did. Panaserian's also up there now. So this is actually a pretty good situation for ASAP. Yes, they're trading about 600 hit points, but they have the hill. They have all the kind of, positions that, for instance, Supreme won from. Now they just need to go for an execution. It looks like they're sending T-54s over towards that one line, the western side, and maybe trying to get on the old LTTB hype of Hyber. Take him down. They have that western side locked out, and then they can just move up and towards the southern side, which is, in my opinion, the biggest weakness of Kazan on this map.
So for all intents and purposes, ASAP finally achieving that reasonably strong setup that they were looking for earlier on in the game. And as you said, Agorni and Panachin now angling over towards that island. Hyber is well and truly back behind that rock, so he's definitely not going to get rolled over anytime soon. But Kazna Crew now, this might shock them a little bit with these tanks pushing across. I don't think any of them are spotted either. So that spearhead of 54 lightweights now, as they cross the island, are still unseen. They will head across soon. They will be lit up, but Hyber's going to have to respond to this real quickly.
Ooh, they're going to take some damage from the side, though, because Hyber was spotting them out, and that's a lot of damage onto the T-54s. But they do have the positions now. And, well, Kazna Crew are, as I said, weak in that southern area, and really looks like ASAP wants to exploit that.
Elsewhere across on the middle of the map as well, a lot of damage is being done. Spetsian gets chunked down, but Panachin here is trying to deal with Hyber directly, and he's not doing the best job of it, really. Is Hyber firing? I'm not sure if he's firing HE. I thought he was for a second there. I think that might have just been FKK Schnitzel chipping in. And see, if an LTTB goes into a fight with a 54 lightweight with more health, he can possibly win it. It's conceivable. He does a fair bit of damage on those shots, but the middle of the map is where a big focus is being gone towards. Hyber will get that kill. It's entirely conceivable for that to happen. And now Vetso is going to be able to clean up as well in the middle of the map. But Nexus and Lilian do drop down. That's 2 IS3s off the map for Kazna, but they've got the tank advantage and they've got the health advantage.
I like that FKK Schnitzel is just biding his time. He's sitting back. He knows he has a very crucial part of the map locked down. He knows he can spot out that southern area, and he can just do damage from there. He's giving Hyber such a good amount of support that he actually managed to take down Orgorni, the best player, in my opinion, from ASAP.
Valalea and Panachin are pushing on towards FKK Schnitzel, but Panachin, he's in no man's land right now. There's an IS3 and a 54 lightweight up on that hill looking right at him. He's got to be very, very careful. A very risky push for them. And Valalea are actually getting bested by FKK Schnitzel so far. That's because the assistance of those tanks on the hill. LTTBs can hold their ground, especially when there's some support. And this is a perfect example of why Kazna go for these tanks all the time. And he's going to bounce that shot. Of course, the LTTB doesn't always have that penetration, but he's just led them around the corner, and Vetso's put a shell in towards Panachin, and Valalea drops very quickly after.
It looks like Kazna Crew have actually fixed those issues they had down south. A great push there by FKK Schnitzel, and I like the way they kind of just held their ground and were patient, and Alexander just on his own now in that IS3 down to 666, the number of the beast. But I think it's time up for ASAP as Kazna Crew with about 1,000 more hit points, now even more, look to close this game.
I think Kazna Crew are the beasts, and they've got Alexander's number. He's going to back down that hill, and FKK Schnitzel should be able to get some shots on towards him as well. It's really just a matter of drawing things out now as the Alexander kind of always seems to find himself on his own in these scenarios, but Kazna Crew are not going to let another round slip just because of inaction. And FKK Schnitzel has his eye on the prize. That big old IS3 trundling through the water. It's very slow, and he's got his back turned to his opponents as well, which is never an ideal position to be in as an IS3 player.
Yeah, Alexander going down, taking the scoreline to 3-2 in the favor of Kazna Crew. Good round by them in the defensive side. I think you know, ASAP put it to them. They weren't messing around. They went aggressive. But Kaz the crew, they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the angles they had to cover. And I think ASAP with that western side play, a little bit predictable. Obviously, Kaz thought, okay, ASAP, watch the VODs. They've seen what we did wrong. We have seen what Kaz the crew did wrong in their previous rounds of Mines. And trying to go for that one again is obviously where Kaz the crew is trained. And it doesn't work out for them.
That western side push is a gambit in a lot of situations here, but this is where we're looking right now. And isn't that initial setup for ASAP, when they were really slow to push up on that hill, it took them so long to even really be able to get themselves up onto that vantage point.
Nexus and Yizny are just brilliant IS3 players. Last time, you know, Elian was playing the IS3 on this one in that position, but Nexus is just as good. And the more experience you have in a position, the better you are at it, essentially. I mean, it sounds obvious, but it's true. And he's very comfortable at making those peaks. And Kaz the crew are always going to win the peaking game. They're already up about a few hundred HP. And with Hyber in the LTTB coming from the western side, if ASAP didn't go forwards, if ASAP didn't do anything, Hyber would have been a real thorn on their side. He would have been real pain. So ASAP had to make the move. Here the move comes, the 3 T-54s that go straight across. And the amount of damage Kazna does to these T-54s is ridiculous. FKK Schnitzel them behind as well, providing support to Hyber. Hyber doing an absolutely fantastic job. I mean, the guy was like, he was in the highlight reel for the WGLRU where he actually took down 3 tanks in succession. The guy's a beast.
I mean, and this is always a gambit pushing towards this island here. It's worked out for teams. We've seen it work out for Kazna as well. And these 3 tanks get themselves up on the island, but look at how much damage Agorni and Valalea had already taken by this point. Hyber does a bit of his own. FKK Schnitzler's watching from up there. Vetso is even drawn back to look over towards that side. And the problem is that, you know, ASAP aren't really solidified on that hill. This is when stuff starts to go sour on that middle hill, and ASAP have to sort of pull off it.
Yeah, basically, Kazaku could see the 3 tier 8s committing towards that western side. They're thinking, we can get the overmatch, we can get that hill, we can go 3 versus 2 against the T-54 and the IS3. They do that, they win it, they get that that area. In my opinion, Kazna maybe have to look towards that hill as one of their weaknesses or mines as well. But the timing for Kazna is spot on. I mean, we can knock them for their tactics, we can knock them for some individual mistakes, but Kazna are always going to win those timing games.
And we said, you know, it can be quite oppressive to play the defensive side on mines and deal with teams always being able to get the hill. We talked about it saying, by default, you should have the hill on the attacking side. Yeah. Kaz the crew are a team that can play really well around that fact. They don't turtle up, I don't feel, as a team, but they watch each other really well. They've got a really good canvas over the map, and they tend to be able to always, you know, no one gets to take a shot at Kaz the crew without taking a shot in response, whether it's from the player they're shooting at or from someone else. They've always got a great crossfire setup. That's
a hallmark of a good team. We saw it in Supreme in the last match. We've seen it from Synergy. We've seen it from Virtus Pro. We see it from Na'Vi. We see it from Hellraisers. All these great teams, the ones that have so much experience and so many accolades, so many titles, so many trophies to their name, that you really have to be gunning for that kind of ability as an upcoming team like ASAP. Now, obviously, getting the hill again, Valalea's up there. He did this the last time as well. It looks like Elian this time is playing the IS3, so the Elian-Yizny combination's coming out again, and FKK Schnitzel and Hyber playing the 2 LTTBs. Nexus put on the T-54.
This time, ASAP moving up on towards the hill a little bit earlier and in numbers. Elian pokes his head up and gets a chunk taken out of it as a result. Now one shot coming on towards him, Kiev Insane has definitely left its mark. So Kazna, unexpectedly giving up the hill. Eurovision Vetso positioned out behind these buildings here, interestingly enough. I haven't spotted too much of the presence of ASAP on this hill. It's just Spetsin so far in the middle that's been lit.
This is a brilliant little bit of bait from Kazna crew. They know that, well, Kazna had a T-54 up there. It was Vetso last time. And really a very common tactic is pushing that right side. So let's put 2 T-54s in positions which no other team has ever done. And let's just have those T-54s of the other team push off, not expect the shells from behind and get absolutely obliterated. But we see Insane and Cephas in the IS-3 and the T-37 actually start to make their way over towards that right side. So once they get there, actually the overmatch could be in favor of ASAP. But then again, Yizny in the IS-3 in the middle is there to provide good crossfire.
That's right. Yizny's just rolled off the hill. He's not even on the ramp, so we can just duck around the corner fairly quickly and put the shots in. Insane and Cephas just kind of holding hands through this little village right now, unaware that Vetso and Euralfish are lying in wait behind those 2 buildings. Now, Euralfish is lit. So that trap's been sprung there. Will he poke out for a shot or will he back away? Vetso now going to show himself. Oh, there goes Cephas in a plume of smoke. And only that one replying shot from Insane. Kazakru springing their little trap, and they're not giving too much away about their movements. They're spread pretty nicely over this map as Isne gets involved. And there's definitely aren't too many holes in their plan.
Finally, we see actually a team go for a proper tactical on that eastern side. I mean, Cephas was always going to die at some point or another, but he is basically a good block for Insane, who's capping.
Nexus now going to be coming up behind Insane, put a shot in towards his rear. That's going to reset that cap completely. But Panache and Valalea are doing work up on the hill. They actually do get the track. I think it was on a Uralfish who pushed up for that shot. No, he's back behind there. Nonetheless, Insane drops down. So that was that cap attempt from ASAP now. Being scuttled, but the health points is very close.
I don't know. I think this is actually not great for Kazakru right now. It's a very awkward position to be in. All their tanks are committed to the right side, and they're completely locked down by Panasin and Valalea. And all Panasin and Valalea have to do is shoot that house, and, well, Nexus is dead.
The Hyber's getting the proxy spots on the top of that hill, so they're keeping those guys lit. Giving Kazakru the opportunity to get some shots back in war. There's a free LTTB of FKK Schnitzel being left around the side. He's now going to come up behind Agorni, and the overmatch is going to occur. Hyber pushing in as well, does take a shot from behind it, but he's still going to be able to take down Agorni. And Kazakru cleverly are picking apart these single targets of ASAP. I mean, it's a protracted engagement, and yet they're still managing to get these 2v1s, these 3v1s.
And also Ilian and Yisni now pushing on the hill. Panasin in a very bad position. They actually pushed off to try and get the overmatch here, but they've been caught out.
They pushed off into a 2v3 scenario. I don't really understand why they've done that. Valalea's going to get pushed back. Spetsy out in the open, and Z Alexander's going to have to roll backwards off the hill. He better not roll into Spetsy now. He's just going to have to hold for now. But ASAP are really running out of options here. It's great work by Kazakru. This is flex play at its absolute finest, and ASAP do not have a response.
Yeah, Alexander left on his own, and Vetso will find that last frag, taking Kazakru into a 4-2 scoreline, looking like a different team on Mines.
Absolutely. We saw a different approach from ASAP there, working towards the eastern side. But Kazakru almost had something of their own planned as well. I mean, the death of Cephas in that T-37 wasn't really consequential. It wasn't a huge deal.
Yeah.
But what they did is they showed already that they had an established presence on the eastern side of the map, and ASAP had already pushed into that.
Yeah, the thing is, ASAP was thinking, okay, so we know that Kazna will have one tank all the way down south in that base. What they didn't expect is those two T-54s. So Cephas was there in front to provide cover for the IS-3 behind. The IS-3 was sitting there capping, but because Yizny, because Nexus and Uralfish were there in the T-54s, it was too little. I mean, it was too quick. Those two 54s just pushed forwards. They took down Insane, and that was game over. So just very, very good positioning from Kazakru. Good prediction that the eastern side will be where ASAP's going, and they take the game away. You can see it just there. And then some strange movement from ASAP, trying to get off the hill, not thinking about what Yizny and Elian were going to do in those IS-3s, and then they get overmatched by some great play from the LTTBs as well.
I actually think this is a really important adaptation that Kazakru have made on this map, and one that teams will be wanting to pick up here, because you could see how ASAP really got trashed on this push. Normally teams don't put tanks on the east at all, like you said, and we often see that run of the gauntlet by the attacking side to put 1 or 2, maybe even 3 tanks straight down the eastern village through there, and they try and take out that 54 lightweight or the 5100 that's being held back at base. They're trying to establish that overmatch scenario, and quite often we see that happening. We've seen that in, I think earlier today, actually, in our Supreme game as well. We saw, attempts for them to force their tanks through via that eastern village. But Kazakru have now adapted their strategy to essentially nullify that, to make that very, very difficult for teams to do. And that's actually a glimmer of hope for those defending sides now. It's not maybe so skewed. They at least give themselves a little bit more of a fighting chance going in, obviously, with that southern spawn.
Sure. I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, Kazakru, 4 defensive rounds now in a row they've won. They haven't won a single attacking round in this match so far. So maybe it's that whole mentality of the defender versus the attacker where, you've got the time in your favor and you just got to get those bases defended and you should be okay. Make sure you're getting the peaks, you're not losing out on the damage. So we'll see if Kazakru actually have some potency going forwards as the attacker when they do switch around on this next round.
All right, as the Kazakru on the attack, they're going to take the kill. We see them work quite well off of that position. And Mines, on the defensive side, for ASAP isn't ideal. But ASAP have thrived on the defensive side so far in this match. Both teams, obviously, getting the defensive rounds up on Ruenberg there. It seems like it's something they're fairly confident with, but we've seen them be deconstructed. I think it was against Team Supreme in week 1 on mines that we saw ASAP go up against him. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty at all.
No, it wasn't at all.
They committed a lot of tanks towards the hill when they never intended to take it.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most one-sided matches I've ever seen. I mean, 5-0 to Supreme. I mean, yeah, okay, it's Supreme. They're amazing on mines, but still, come on. You've got to put some pressure on them. You've got to try new things and keep the kind of teams which play hundreds and hundreds of hours of practice against the normal tactics and do something unusual. Don't do something normal. That's how, the original teams beat, for instance, the Red Rush. They did it by trying something unusual, doing something which Red Rush, who just trained like an absolute beast, didn't expect, and it works every single time. But I can see already that Kazakh Crew, they've got the FE304 in the lobby, played by Eurofish, decent artillery player, being pretty impressed by him in general. And obviously, on the attacking side, that's a little bit unusual. We did see it beforehand in our previous match, I believe. It worked out pretty well, but he's still got to hit those shells.
All right, so we're going to see Cephas drop for ASAP, and they're going to bring in Dawn, who obviously we saw coordinate a lot of assaults with Spetsy and those two IS-3s going forward. As I said, some innovation will be really good here from ASAP to change it up. If they fall into that rut of going through with that really default, that really standard strategy, they're not going to beat teams like Kazakh Crew. They didn't beat Supreme for that exact same reason. They've shown promise when they're being forced to play outside of their comfort zone, and they embrace that fact. They realize that this game is chaotic. We are in a chaotic game right now. Let's just do what we can to harness that and kind of go with the flow here. So that's what we expect to see from them. That's kind of what we hope at least to see. You did mention, of course, that artillery are going to be coming out for Eurofish, and ASAP might be taking one as well. Yeah,
artillery picked up by Insane. I mean, the guy's an absolute beast in artillery. When they played against Team Supreme in that first match, actually he did a good amount of damage. I think he did like 1.2k or 800 damage, somewhere around there, more than the rest of his team. So maybe one of the better artillery players, if not the best artillery player in the league right now. We still have to see how he performs in this next match.
That's right. I mean, the performance put on by Ron earlier tonight was pretty impressive as well. So there's definitely that to be looking at. We're going to jump into it now, ladies and gentlemen. It's potentially our final map of the night here. ASAP fighting to hang in this one. And Kazakh Crew pretty keen to be done with their opponents, who've definitely given them a challenge tonight. Lineups, Oliver, what have we got?
Well, it looks like Kazakh taking a leaf out of Penta's book, going with 6 T-54s and, of course, Eurofish and that FE304. So the exchange is going to be in the middle. FKK Schnitzel and Betzo going up.
Valet will probably get at least one shot on those tanks as they cross up towards the hill. Oh, that's a lot more damage than we maybe expected to see. FKK Schnitzel gets chunked down. 700 damage going towards him. And Kazakh Crew were already at a health point disadvantage by taking so many lightweights. That has got to hurt.
But that's exactly what Kazakh Crew did against ASAP. So I'm surprised Kazna actually went for that one. I'm pretty surprised that FKK Schnitzel went up the hill, but it looks like Agorni and Dawn are going for it.
A good idea as well. We've already lost FKK Schnitzel there. He's down and out. He took a heck of a lot of damage. Insane doing work there from the background. And Kazakh Crew are getting wrecked here. Spetsian pushing up. Agorni and Dawn going to go up the hill, and Alien and Nexus, the only two to really watch this one. 3 shots in towards Agorni, 2 to connect. Dawn takes some damage as well, but it's not going to be enough. It's a lot of health points on those IS-3s, and there's only so much the 54 lightweights can do. Here's the push forward as well. Valet is coming up, so is the Alexander, and Panacha Neck coming straight for the throat of Kazakh Crew. Nexus is going to be forced to roll back off that hill and give that plateau up for dead.
They don't look like they're doing very much, Kazakh Crew. I mean, this is almost a repeat against what they did against Virtus Pro and why they lost. And those IS-3s are just absolute beasts, just pushing on to Kazna.
Kazakh Crew can't attack today. They seem to have some serious problems with playing in that way. And the guys from ASAP are being far more aggressive than they are, and it's totally worked in their favor. So much early unanswered damage towards Kazakh Crew, and they have not been able to recover.
Yeah, Nexus, the last one remaining for Kazakh Crew. He will fall very shortly, but 100% agree with you. I also super surprised by that lineup from Kazakh Crew. 6 T-54s. Did they not watch that game between Penta and Supreme, where we saw the IS-3s are the rules of the world right now in every single map pretty much? I mean, Team Supreme just absolutely wrecked Penta on that map with the IS-3s. So super surprised by that lineup. Very easy work from ASAP. I mean, they just pushed forwards with the IS-3s, and Kazakh Crew just couldn't do anything. He doesn't have the damage to actually take even one of them down.
Insane as a beast, by the way. He did 1,200 damage in that game. He was the one that dealt with FKK Schnitzel just before this clip rolls.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm pretty surprised by FKK Schnitzel. Why did he actually go in that position? I mean, since the dawn of time, as an artillery player, you're always aiming for that place just in the alcove that can actually shoot tanks which are coming from the defensive side onto the hill. If you reverse too far backwards, you're shooting to the back of the tank with HE or with heat, you're going to take it down.
And they absolutely did. Really impressive work from him. I mean, FKK Schnitzel already chunked down quite heavily as he first pushed up on towards the hill. I don't know if Insane would actually put a shot on the tanks as they crossed up, but they had such a good setup to watch that hill. I mean, we often say on this game, on this as well, the team on the defensive side wants to take the hill. They want to get up there and sort of, on the attacking side, sorry, and they're going to take some damage. They'll take some damage, and they have to deal with that. That was more damage than you can really afford to take pushing north.
Yeah, again, I think FKK Schnitzel shouldn't have taken the hill because, every tank gets its own unique spawn point, and the type of vehicle determines where you're spawning on the map. Obviously, Vetso got the best spawn point, and that's why he went up the hill. When ASAP actually played this map in the previous round, Velalea was in that spawn point, and he got the hill. But you didn't see the second T-54 head up because he knew that the defending side could get the shots onto him. The IS-3s were in position, they were reloaded, they could shoot him, so they only put one T-54 up there. You only need one T-54 to get control of the hill, then you can start playing out. But in general, Kazza need to go back to the drawing board in terms of lineups, and I can tell you right now, it looks like they have going with those LTTPs again, which have worked so wonderfully well on defensive side, and of course, Elian and Yizny playing the IS-3s.
It's good to see a bit of a mix-up here from them as well. It's pretty obvious to see that lineup with the lightweights isn't going to work. So an adaptation now for Kazda, some comfort picks coming out in terms of their layout. They might even be feeling that at this stage, we're so close to getting the win, maybe we can just hold on, play our style, not make any massive mistakes, and we'll be okay. But, I mean, ASAP are getting a little bit close here.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit uncomfortable.
It could be a 4-4. I'm telling you right now, it could be 4-4. We could be moving on to Ruinberg and seeing ASAP perhaps even lose it on there. So, I think ASAP's playing for their life right now. They want that first win in the bag. And against Kaz and Crew, it would be pretty incredible.
It would be. Even taking them to tiebreaker as well. Getting that point off them, even if they lost in the end, would be phenomenal. But we're going to be jumping onto our last map in just a moment here. Mines it is, the staging ground for ASAP's last stand. Or will Kaz Crew be the ones to capitulate? We'll find out now. Let's have a look at a little bit more of these tank picks, see what these teams are bringing into this very important game.
So as I mentioned, the LTTB has been picked up by Kaz and Crew, 3 T-54s, 2 IS-3s. I think that's the most solid defensive, most solid attacking lineup you can get. If you want the LTTBs instead of, if you want a T-37 instead of the LTTBs and take another tier 8, fair enough, you can do that as well. But Eurofish, Vetso taking a hill.
Oh, Panache takes some damage there as well. And Kaz the Crew this time getting up on towards that hill fairly safely, to be honest. Put 2 shots in towards Panache, and he's going to be worse off in that engagement. So Kaz the Crew, good start for them. They've made all the right moves. There's the shot from Insane coming in towards that spot. He tried to time it as well as he could, but Eurofish was able to avoid getting hit by that shell.
And also, you got to remember the M44 just isn't accurate at all. But this is the Kaz and Crew I wanted to see. Gorny and Alexander need to be getting the peaks. They need to be putting the pressure onto Yizny and Eurofish, and also Elian, who are just absolute beasts. You got Hyber constantly pressuring from the side, and FKK Schnitzel. So this is the Kazna which we wanted to see in the first place.
Insane has no protection at all. There's no 54 lightweight left back for ASAP. All of their forces have been committed to the hill, and Insane is going to go down.
Why is FKK Schnitzel not actually shooting him?
Did he know? Did he spot him until the last second? I'm not sure. Maybe he thought Insane was going to be firing at him. I'm not sure. That's a bit of a Schnitzel thing, though, as well. We know the guy. He can be a little bit in the clouds sometimes. It was an interesting move from him. But elsewhere on the map, Kaz the Crew has tampered their dominance all over ASAP. This is looking messy. Yeah,
Velalea might be trying to back his friends up here and push up the hill to take down Eurofish and Vetso. The push is coming in.
Exactly right. Panache trying to get up onto towards the hill as well. Elian taking a fair bit of damage, but it's a little bit too little. Too late. Alexander the late, as you called him, now going to be trying to push in towards Elian, but Easley will be there to receive him, and he's had to back right on up. ASAP just got nowhere to go right now except for just keeping those W keys held down and hoping that they can connect with the mouse one. Agorni very, very low. Dawn hit the deck, and Alexander is so low. ASAP fought valiantly against the ex-European champions, but they're going to fall just before the finish line.
Yeah, last one to fall is Alexander. FKK Schnitzel does bag him up. So great play there by Kaz and Crew. I think the main point was the fact that Eli and Yizny were playing those 2 IS-3s, sitting on top of that hill, just locking it down, Vetso and Eurofish in the T-54s, much quicker onto the hill as well. They're right behind each other, so they didn't take that much damage. And also hitting bow shells onto Panaserium while they're getting up there. Then the LTTBs just mixing themselves up around the map and being such a pest to ASAP.
Such a critical error from ASAP as well. We saw it was a IS-3 heavy lineup, which means it would be less of those lightweights that will be able to be free and flexible. It wasn't a flexible lineup at all, especially when you throw in an M44. It's just this giant fist of IS-3 sort of pushing into the middle of the map, and there's not much they can do when they get repelled like that. And this is kind of the initial stages of the match. That's after Panachin kind of got chunked down, and you can see on the eastern side of the map that LTTB is moving.
Yeah, so most teams right now have a tank just specifically for an eastern side push. ASAP doesn't have that. They leave their flank completely open. FKK Schnitzel makes the right meal of this engagement, but he still gets him down, and then he can just shoot from behind. You also see Hyber move from that western side in towards the middle a little bit more. And, you know, it's game over. I don't know what he's doing here.
I think he was expecting not to see Insane there for some reason.
Where else would he be?
I don't know. Maybe over on the far west side or in some random spot. But he gets it done. Eventually, Schnitzel gets it done most of the time anyway. So,
yeah, he's a good player. He's a decent player. But we can see here, you know, the last-ditch attempt from ASAP to push forwards. Kaza deals with it very nicely. Valalea goes down very quickly. And those IS-3s who probably should have pushed a lot earlier eventually push and get absolutely obliterated by every angle where Kazakru was.
Messy. It was very, very messy for ASAP at the end there. I mean, Kazna with a super flexible lineup, we said this is their comfort picks. This is the way they like to play. ASAP conversely went with this super rigid lineup where they pretty much threw all their eggs in the basket of getting the win in the middle of the map. They thought they'd be able to replicate their success from the last round. Maybe they thought that Kazna wouldn't change their lineup for some reason, but they didn't have the ability to send their lightweights around and watch flanks at all. It was just straight up the hill or bust.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes from ASAP, but again, this is the European champion. These guys have the crown. So again, ASAP's improving every single round. And if you look at their first match against Team Supreme now, you look at this match against Kazakru, first of all, their Mines play is a lot better. Second of all, it was 2-2 after Ruhenberg. They played such a good match. And I think, you know, against lesser teams than the top teams in the world who, by the way, they've had to play all through the first week because of match rescheduling issues, I think they're going to do well against them.
It was fantastic work. And you got to like the fact that ASAP are becoming a team that is going to punish those top teams for their mistakes. Kazna made big mistakes on the attacking side on Ruhenberg and were crushed as a result. And I've never seen a more one-sided game than when they tried to take those lightweights up towards the hill on that last map. It was very, very impressive. But now we're pretty much done with our games for today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's cast our eye and recap our results from tonight. Of course, we've seen 3 big games. Utopia versus Pentasports was an interesting one. We said it was in the balance, 2 teams sort of in the middle of the ladder. A great game.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Pentasport actually got the loss there. I mean, some good matches for sure, but Utopia just looked better. And every single round, they looked like the better team. They lost a couple, yeah, but I think the loss was always going to happen towards Pentasports, and Utopia can be very happy with that result.
Of course, noMERCY versus Supreme. It was definitely a dominant performance from Supreme. noMERCY showed some moments there where they were maybe able to, you know, orchestrate something, but Supreme are so well drilled, and individually they are just very talented.
And we got to see a team that's actually effective at attacking on Lakeville. I think that's the most important thing to take away from that round. Absolutely.
And the Mines play from Supreme was really nice as well, with that one slight hiccup. And of course, to finish the night, we just saw Kazakru get the win over ASAP. Kazakru again showing some of their jitters in online games, in the online sort of side of things. Their Ruhenberg attack wasn't very impressive at all, but luckily they managed to bring things back on Mines, going back to their roots, back to their comfort, and it just goes to show how strong they can be when they get to play their game. I think Kazakru are going to be more serious on the online phase because they know that they can't be in the same situation where they were in Season 5, where there was literally 1 point separating them from going to Sophia and not going to Sophia. So they're taking this more seriously. Some dubious tactics, but still doing pretty well. Yes, indeed. So now we've seen the games that we've had tonight. Let's cast our eyes forward to next week's games. Obviously coming up on Tuesday, it's going to be Tornado Rocks going up against Synergy in the first game of the day. That will be a cracker. Virtus Pro then will go up against ASAP, and we'll be finishing the night with Wusa versus Strong Siema. Tell me, Oliver, what is your prediction for the game of the round? I think the most obvious one is to go for that first one.
where you just say, okay, the synergy game is going to be insane. But I think that last one as well, Wusa Stronk, is going to be really close, and it's going to be an absolute cracker as well.
Well, we're looking forward to those ones, and we hope you guys are as well. So we'll be back here next week, of course, on Tuesday night, same time, 7 o'clock CEST. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining myself and Oliver here on the desk. It's been interesting. We've had some funny moments. We've cried, we've laughed, we've just shared emotions together. It's been a great night. But guys, thank you very much. Good night and good game.